Good morning, Commissioners. Chief Moore, Mr. Tiefenk, Madam Secretary, Mr. Inspector General, Mr. City Attorney, and members of the public. Today is November 23rd. It's 9:32 a.m. This is a special meeting of the Los Angeles Board of Police Commissioners. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Good morning, Commissioner Briggs,
Present.
Commissioner Decker,
Present.
Commissioner Bonner,
Here.
Commissioner Kalanche,
Here.
Commissioner Sobroff.
Here.
Let the record reflect that we have a quorum. Also present, we have the Executive Director, the Chief of Police, and the Inspector General. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We welcome everyone attending this morning. All public comment will be heard during item 2 on the agenda. We will dedicate a total of 45 minutes to public comment. Members of the public will have 1 minute per agenda item for a maximum of 2 minutes total. At the request of the speaker will be given 1 additional minute for general public comment for a maximum of 3 minutes total. Members of the public who participate in public comment are reminded that they can speak to any item on the agenda or a matter within the jurisdiction of the Board of Police Commissioners. Public comment is your opportunity to address the board. So you are free to express your opinion on matters before the board and to express generally when you disagree with other opinions expressed. However, directing your comments to other individuals who have spoken or attacking others who have expressed their opinions shall be deemed off topic, and your public comment period will be concluded. Members of the public, if you choose to participate in the public comment portion of the agenda, you can participate in this meeting in one of a number of ways outlined on the agenda. Thank you. At this time, we will go to item 1 on the agenda, the report of the Chief of Police. Good morning, Chief Moore.
Commissioner President Briggs, members of the Commission, Mr. Attorney, Inspector General, Mr. City Attorney, thank you for the opportunity to do, as I do each week, talk about an update on COVID, its impact on department operations and our vaccination efforts, as well as significant events, crime, and our personnel strength. Regarding COVID-19, this past week, we experienced 16 new cases of individuals within the department testing positive. That brings our number to 3,253 members of the department. That's the makeup of this is 2,667 are sworn members, so that's 14 additional members of the organization, and our civilians are 586. That's 2 additional members. At this point, we have 83 individuals that are at home recovering from this virus. 3 of those individuals are hospitalized, and I'm happy to say that all 3 of them are, while serious, in stable condition, and our efforts are for their full recovery. We did have 16 additional employees that returned to the workplace. During this past week, our mobile vaccination process continued with 268 additional doses that were administered. That now brings the total number of doses to 2,151 of that, and that includes both the first and second dose, as well as the booster dose, which now our members have access to. That leaves us today at 77% of our organization is now fully vaccinated. That's 9,491 of our personnel. 259 are partially vaccinated. That's an additional 2% of this, and that brings us to an overall vaccination rate with at least 1 dose of 79%. The notices have continued to be delivered for those that have expressed a desire for an exemption or accommodation for sincerely held religious belief or a medical exemption. The vast majority, more than 70% of those notices, have now been served. We have had 6 individuals, 5 sworn members of the organization and 1 civilian, that refused to participate in the agreement and in the testing, which began last Friday, for those employees that are not fully vaccinated. Those 6 individuals have each had disciplinary proceedings begin against them, and on the sworn members, their recommendation for removal, as well as the civilian, will proceed through the civil service termination process. It is my hope and continued aspiration that the entire workforce be fully vaccinated. We continue to provide education and reinforce the benefits of this vaccine. And its protective measures for our personnel, as well as for their families and the public in which we serve. Moving over to significant events over this past week, We had no categorical uses of force or officer-involved shootings. And we monitored this past week the Rittenhouse trial and eventual verdict to understand community sentiment in the aftermath of that decision. I am happy to state that the demonstrations were lawful, they were peaceful, and that the groups that attended these demonstrations conduct themselves without imposing any type of risk or damage or violence in the communities in which they occurred. This was similar to across the country in demonstrations and encouraging to us. However, there was one group that we believe had some association with a demonstration on the west side of the city in the Mid-Wilshire area. And that group did on Friday night attack a bank building in the Mid-Wilshire area. And in that attack, smashing windows, committing acts of vandalism, entering the structure itself. Responding units arrested 6 individuals that we believe were responsible for as part of this group, and they'll be prosecuted for the acts of vandalism as well as the burglary that occurred. And so today we're currently monitoring the Aubrey trial that's occurring in Georgia. That trial we also believe has a great deal of community interest, deserved community interest in its outcome, and we'll continue to work with our communities throughout Los Angeles. And again, ensuring safety and also promoting the expression of persons' opinions and their viewpoints relative to any eventual verdict there. And it is our belief and hope that we'll see, much like we saw in the aftermath of the Rittenhouse decision, community sentiment that expresses itself in a manner that does not endanger public safety. Next matter I'd like to discuss is a very troubling incident that this morning there was a homicide in the Hollywood area of Los Angeles at about 2 in the morning at a restaurant on Sunset Boulevard. This, we believe, is tied into a our recent discussions regarding follow-home robberies or street violence involving individuals coming from particular restaurants and businesses where they may be wearing high-end jewelry, high-value jewelry, or in high-valued vehicles, and serve themselves as, if you will, victims where preying suspects confront them. That's what occurred, we believe, on this morning's event, where a male Hispanic, 23 years of age, there with a female Hispanic also visiting that restaurant. As she returns to the vehicle, she's confronted by 8 individuals that are, we believe, coming from 2 different vehicles. And in that confrontation, unfortunately, the male victim who was coming to the aid of the female who was being attacked was shot and killed and lost his life. Prior to this event happening, the organization's been working on a number of follow-home attacks and robberies, as well as occurring as in this manner, like we saw in Melrose and other locations, where street violence escalates with the use of gunmen attacking people and targeting them for their high-end jewelry or other valuables. We believe we've identified approximately 133 of these instances with a similar MO, whether occurring in violence outside of a restaurant or a parking lot or street, or following an individual home and then an attack occurring. With that series, we have made a series of arrests. However, these continued crimes give us great concern that this is not the acts of just solely a few, but rather is a bit of a trend or pattern that others are copycatting or replicating. To that end, the department, in my direction, we are forming a robbery, homicide, follow-home robbery task force. It is going to be comprised of more than 20 detectives, including robbery homicide detectives, as well as dedicated resources from our gang narcotics division, our metropolitan division, and other various investigative resources. They'll work moving forward in identifying these individuals responsible and pursuing and bringing them before the criminal justice system. The impact this is having on a sense of community, of safety, is profound. And these series now we know is responsible for at least 1 death. And as we've talked earlier about the instances of robberies in the city, and while overall they're down over a 2-year period, they are much more violent today than they have been in the past, with the greater instances of which these individuals are armed with firearms. and have the potential for matters escalating to something that we saw this morning. I'll update the commission as this investigation and as this task force continues their work and moves forward, and I look to ensure the public that we'll do everything possible to stop this sense of allowance, or that people can conduct themselves in this manner without consequences, by not just the arrests that we've seen, to ensure that they're fully prosecuted and the full weight of the criminal justice system is brought to bear, but also those that may feel that they can enter into this this type of act and that it's lucrative and without consequence. Nothing can be further from the truth. Second, we saw the terrible aftermath of the Wisconsin holiday parade event, where a lone individual, apparently in a vehicle, breached the barricade of a otherwise festive holiday parade, killing 5 individuals and injuring more than 40. Recognizing that at this point, that's still an unfolding investigation as to the individual's motive. We do have the city's holiday parade, in Hollywood. Too many H's in here, but the holiday parade in Hollywood on Sunday, an event that's typically viewed across the country and the world as a time of celebration and a beginning of the holiday season here in Los Angeles. Given its potential for copycat or someone to have viewed or be stimulated by the acts of the attack in Wisconsin, we're revisiting our deployment, including the barriers that we use to ensure the safety of the route, as well as the participants in the tens of thousands that attend. So the public can expect this year street closures that will begin Saturday night and go through Sunday and through the event. But in those closures may also see heavier equipment, larger trucks and other types of barriers that previous years may have been either with use of police line tapes or police vehicles. That is to reassure the public and the safety. There is no information or any credible source that indicates a further threat to this parade or its participants, but out of abundance of caution and abundance of safety, the department's taking this added action. Lastly, this morning, there was a widely broadcast incident involving a smash and grab, a burglary at a high-end store, a Nordstrom's at the Grove in the Mid-Wilshire area. That was the first event that we've seen in the city that does match something that we're seeing in other parts of the country. In the aftermath of the Rittenhouse decision, we observed in my conversations with major city chiefs across the country, we saw similar conduct of looting, of breaking into high value or high retail stores, San Francisco, Chicago, to a smaller degree, New York, in which multiple individuals would attack a location and break into it. And in one instance, I'm aware of actually attack individuals while the stores were open to grab high value merchandise and flee the location. Some arrests have been made in other cities. As recently as the night before last, Beverly Hills had an attempt smash and grab at a high-end store, and fortunately the vandals and the burglars were unable to make entry and fled the location. This morning, we had a similar event actually involving the Grove at the Nordstrom's, in which 18 to 20 individuals using a sledgehammer and an e-bicycle smashed a window, entered the store, and began taking merchandise. They fled the location. Officers that were in the area heard the event and observed vehicles fleeing the location and went in pursuit of one of those vehicles, and a pursuit ended in a perimeter, and 3 individuals have been arrested. Merchandise was recovered from the vehicle and from one of the individuals that we believe demonstrate that they were responsible in part for this burglary. There's about $15,000 damage to the store itself and at least $5,000 worth of merchandise taken. Again, this is an incident of which this type of conduct is not widespread. However, we are aware that the attacks in San Francisco, Chicago, other major cities, and now here in Los Angeles has had a significant impact on retailers' sense of safety, as well as shoppers. As we enter this holiday season, we must ensure that the public has a sense of safety. And I want to keep this in scale that there are tens of thousands of retailers that have not suffered and not seen this type of actions. But we are worried that much like the follow home takeover robberies or follow home robberies, that this type of conduct will be seen as allowable or without consequence. And nothing can be further from the truth. Beginning today and working through the weekend and as necessary going forward, we're increasing patrols and in the overnight hours, dedicating resources to some of these higher end locations to deter further acts of violence, to deter further burglaries and break-ins. We're also, because of and as we typically do each year with our holiday season, ensuring that every available person is in uniform and working in the field and doing foot beats and outreach and engagement in our retail establishments to welcome shoppers, to enjoy the holiday season, to ensure the safety of everyone involved, and to keep that the safety of Los Angeles is our primary mission, and our assurance is that we as a department are going to do everything possible to ensure that safety is maintained. With that, I'm going to move over to our crime information. Year to date, we have a continued increase in violent crime at 6%, primarily in the area of aggravated assaults, robberies, and homicides. We have a 14% increase in homicides this year versus last. That's 42 additional homicides, a 45% increase over a 2-year period. Robberies increased at 3.2% this year versus last. We still have a 14% reduction in robberies over a 2-year period. However, again, when we look at the robberies, the most troubling aspect of that is the number of individuals who are armed with a firearm at the time in which they're committing those robberies. So this is not just a game of statistics. It's not a game at all. It's a matter of the analysis is that the most striking matter for public safety for us today is the instance of gun violence now impacting also our street robberies that we're seeing. Aggravated assaults have increased 8.1% this year versus last. Over a 2-year period, it's a 15.5% increase. Property crime, we continue to see some erosion in our earlier reductions, meaning that we still have a reduction of 8.4% in burglaries, but we're losing ground on that each week as far as that rate of reduction. Vehicle thefts continue to increase year over year. We have an 11% increase this year versus last, and a 52% increase over a 2-year period. Our analysis of this, and we'll be releasing that analysis here in the next few days, indicates that the vehicles that are being chosen are GMC, Hyundais, and Hondas. Late model GMCs and Hyundais, and late 1990, early 2000 model Hondas. And specifically, we have found that individuals stealing these have recognized that those ignition systems on those 3 makes are easily defeated with what is known as a shaved key or a shank. And as such, we're seeing repeated arrests of individuals that are in the similar type vehicles and using these vehicles essentially for transportation. There is a portion of these vehicles that are being stolen, that are being recovered, and are missing their catalytic converters. That's the other second driver of the increase in vehicle thefts. Additionally, our burglary and theft from vehicles are now at a 3.4% increase this year versus last, still a 7.5% increase over a 2-year period. The most critical aspect there is we're asking the public to lock it, hide it, keep it, to secure their belongings and keep them out of view so that thieves and others do not see this as an opportunity to break in and steal merchandise or other property stored within there. Overall, we have a 3.1% increase in Part 1 crime this year versus last, a 4.4% reduction over a 2-year period. We had, as I said earlier, no change in our officer-involved shooting numbers. And as I move over to our personnel strength, we stand at 9,525 sworn personnel, 2,668 civilian personnel, 403 reserves. By the way, those reserve officers have all been marshaled and will be deployed in uniform details across the city at these these retail establishments, shopping malls, and centers. Again, as a means of ensuring the public and also retailers that we're there to ensure the safe shopping season as we move forward. With that concludes my remarks, and I'll be happy to take any questions or comments.
Thank you, Chief. Commissioner Soberon.
Chief, you've long given advice to car owners and others to lock it, hide it, and keep it. Have you thought about advice to retailers now? To mom and pop retailers, many Angelenos own their stores and have glass storefronts. I know this Nordstrom one came from the street side, not from the mall side. But what advice would you give to mom and pop retailers or store managers or people who have stores what can they do in preparation without putting up barricades outside their stores?
So we are a member of a retail organization, think tank, if you will, collaborative, that works about ways in which retailers can improve the safety of their operations, the security of their operations. We've had earlier discussions out of the Office of Operations Chief Grimala and others with retail establishments such as Home Depot, Lowe's, CVS, and others that as to preventive means. The best advice is customer service. Contacting customers, supporting customers as they enter establishments to understand their needs, to ensure that those needs are met and facilitated is the best deterrent. Secondly, high value items. There are a number of preventive means of securing those. We see many retail establishments that take high value items and move them away from the front of the store, that secure them behind the counters, that also put tracking devices now and means of which identifying individuals who think that they may be able to take such merchandise and then simply leave and that they'll be scot-free. We know within major retailers that in fact GPS devices and others have been placed and are being used and assisting law enforcement in identifying particularly the organized retail theft organization. To that end, prevention is critical, but so is enforcement. I spoke this morning with the Assistant Chief of the CHP. Governor Newsom last night announced that the CHP, which is orchestrating a statewide initiative on organized retail theft, will be adding additional resources this holiday season to target these smash and grab vandals. And of course, this morning, my first invitation was to the Southern Division Chief that we welcome any and all resources that he would have for the Los Angeles region to assist us in our efforts. But the enforcement side is critical, but prevention, good customer service, protecting high valuable items, chaining those items, having security systems, having camera systems and making those available to us this morning. Camera systems that were activated within Nordstrom's helped us identify one of the three individuals with the clothing that he was wearing at the time in which he was inside the store and stealing the property. Those are critical items that help us with demonstrating and proving in a court the actions of these individuals.
So how about lighting? Should retailers leave their lights on at night? Should they turn them off at night? Should they buy, I think you answered this question, additional security cameras that people can see from the outside? How do you make your store unappealing to the bad guys so they go somewhere else?
So, light, depending on the location, but certainly lighted establishments, secure establishments, clean establishments. Those are all measures, alarm systems, camera systems. Those are added safeguards. Those are, and certainly the department stands ready to help any retailer, mom and pop or major box store, with questions such as these. We will have our senior leads visit those sites, walk the sites with those retailers to provide suggestions and reinforce good practices that will safeguard and harden the target against opportunists that may be out there.
Okay, good. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Commissioner Soboroff. Chief, I want to pick up on the theme just mentioned by Commissioner Soboroff. This horrific robbery, follow home robbery or attempted follow home robbery that you mentioned that occurred on Sunset Boulevard this morning. It seems to me that this crew of individuals, I think you mentioned 8 or more, must have just been out there surveilling individuals at this particular establishment. And, when they were leaving, they took advantage of it. What can be done about a situation like that? What would you advise either the patrons, the business establishment? How can people protect themselves? And now that we're going into the holiday season in particular, where we anticipate more and more people wanting to go out. But with these type of opportunistic crimes occurring, they're feeling less safe about doing so.
So I recognize that, and that's in part the drive for us taking limited and already scant resources and marshaling them for this task force, which will involve dedicating resources in an undercover, in surveillance mode to identify those that may be scouting, if you will, themselves for opportunities such as this robbery that occurred this morning, this robbery and now murder. For the public themselves, unfortunately, we're back in an era where the wearing of expensive jewelry, driving expensive vehicles, that you're now at a greater peril than you were 5 years ago. That's just a fact of the matter. We haven't seen robbery series like this in decades, and we intend to not allow it to continue. And these are, again, as I said, we're prioritizing significant resources in order to demonstrate to those that think that this is a new way of committing, of greed, of gathering and collecting high-value items to fence them online or to some unscrupulous dealer, that the consequences will be severe in the sense of criminal prosecutions and their loss of their liberties. There is no place for this type of violence and the impact it has. I've talked to no less than a dozen individuals that have called with significant concerns about their safety here in Los Angeles. And in each case, I'll say that they continue to be safe, but they can't be naive to the sense that there are this criminal element now that is out there and is preying upon locations such as the Mid-Wilshire area, the Hollywood area, and it's not limited there. There's where entertainment zones exist. We know that those have always served as for opportunities to come and break into vehicles or commit petty thefts or other types of instances of crime. What is particularly alarming here is that it's no longer a bodily force encounter. It's no longer someone just simply pilfering through an unlocked vehicle or stealing a car keys from a valet. We now have acts of multiple individuals armed with firearms that are having these brutal confrontations and are willing to use deadly force for simply an item of value. To that, we ask people to be good witnesses, for people to there's no item of jewelry or piece of property that they have that is worth their life. And so if they find themselves in such a perilous situation, to cooperate, be a good witness, be mindful of descriptions, and do not chase people, do not try to pursue people, and do not try to take actions yourself other than to minimize the chance that you become a victim of the type of violence we saw this morning. Lastly, again, upon travel home, if they feel they're being followed, they feel that there's a car in the area that they don't recognize, that may be posed as a risk to them, is to drive to a police station. Our stations are across the city, to call 911. We will respond, and that type of call is an emergency call. We will respond. Do not stop. Do not make a confrontation with the individual. Instead, call us and let us come and help. It may not have any accuracy. It may not be an actual threat, but we'd rather them be safe than sorry.
To that latter point, Chief, about individuals, perhaps if they feel that they're being followed, they should go to a police station. Are the police stations open now for the public?
No, the police stations have limited hours, and to that end, though driving to a police station, calling and using your cell phone, the police stations do have phones at those stations, or driving to a well-lit service station or other establishment. The key here is not to stop at not to stay at your residence, not to drive up in the driveway, open the garage, and think that you can make it inside. What we'd rather you do is stay mobile, stay in your vehicle, summon help, and certainly during daylight hours and business hours, the accessibility of those stations is better. But with COVID, we still have station restrictions that are impacting our operations. And so it is compromised than say what in more typical times we would have as a safe spot.
Thank you, Chief. Are there, Commissioner Decker, I see your microphone's open.
Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. Chief, just to continue along this line of inquiry with respect to robbery homicide division, I have just a few questions. First, with homicides being up at 14%, I'd like to better understand the closure rate and how is that comparing to the past? And also, if you have the numbers, I'd like to understand the number of officers that are in robbery homicide division currently, how that compares to a year ago and 2 years ago. Obviously, these crimes are time consuming, require a certain level of expertise, and I'd just like to understand the staffing a little better if you have that material in front of you.
So on our homicide clearance rate, I believe the last time I reported on that, we were at 65%. I don't have that profile immediately in front of me, but I will get you that information before the end of today's meeting. Regarding the staff.
And Chief, anecdotally, do you know whether that 65%, how that compares to the past?
Yes. So it's up. It's an improvement from last year, and it's lower than 2 years ago. Historically, we typically are above 70%, 74, 75%. And it varies across which portions of the city. This follows up with some conversations, Commissioner Bonner, questions along this line that we had a few weeks ago there. We have increased staffing, particularly in Central Bureau's homicide unit. Regarding the staffing in robbery homicide was one of the commands, specialized commands, that was downsized significantly as a result of the reduction in our workforce, in our sworn and civilian workforce. As a reminder, we were over 10,000 personnel. We're now at 9,500. Those 500 plus personnel were downsized primarily from our specialized units in an effort to ensure that our field patrols and our investigations at the local level were bolstered. So we did, robbery homicide, I believe, has about 75 personnel total within it. And that includes our special investigation section, our robbery special section, as well as our homicide and our cold case unit. The number of personnel, I'll not go into the exact details, except it will exceed over 20 detectives that will be assigned to this, as well as resources from gang narcotics, our Metropolitan Division, and other investigative resources, including some of our civilian forensic investigative staff that will help the investigations and gathering videos, gathering forensic evidence that can help us identify individuals that are responsible for this.
So Chief, just so that I'm clear, the numbers within robbery homicide division overall are down.
Yes,
is that correct? And
that is correct.
Sorry, go ahead.
And I will provide for you the scale of what was in robbery homicide division 2 years ago and what is in there today. Again, over the course of today, and we'll make that public information available as well.
Of course. But you say currently there's somewhere around 75 total in it currently, but the 20 detectives you're dedicating to this, is that in addition to the, I'm just trying to understand, are we taking officers from robbery homicide to do this, and this will be their exclusive task, or are you pulling folks from other areas as well?
Both. We're taking 6 individuals from robbery homicide division, and we're pulling the other members from existing detectives from the geographic areas typically involved in robbery investigations and other violent crime investigations to muster this task force so that it can have the type of investigative prowess that will be needed for the size of this investigation.
I understand, Chief. I'm just trying to get a sense of the staffing needs and the various demands on, particularly on robbery homicide division at this time, which seem to be significant, particularly because these are very lengthy investigations and very complex to bring to conclusion. Chief, one other question about something you said that's with respect to property crime. You mentioned you're seeing an erosion from earlier reductions. I understand what that means, but I wonder if you can provide a little more, a few more details and analysis on what you're seeing in terms of trends with respect to property crime overall.
Yes. So when we look at property crime across the city, you'll see that beginning of the year, say the first part of March, we had a burglary, theft, and vehicle were down double digits, 16, 17%. By the middle of the year, that number by June had dropped to single digits, to 9%. And now it went into the plus category, meaning we had more burglary, theft, and vehicle this year versus last. That occurred on the first week, actually the second week of November. And it has grown now to 3.5%. Last week it was 3.4%. The week before that it was 2.8%. When we look at burglaries, breaking into homes, commercial establishments, we had a reduction in the middle of the year of approximately 18% this year versus last. And that erosion has continued, then it began eroding or losing ground on that. So that by the middle of August, it was down to 14%. It fell to single digits in the first week of October at 9.7%. And now it is at 8.4%. So, and we look at motor vehicle thefts. Had increased at a rate of 5.7% in July, in a week in July, and it's incrementally increased up to 11.1% this week. 3 weeks ago, that number was 9.7%. So what you're seeing is that the rate of crime and property crime per week is at a higher rate of the number of instances than at the same time last year. And so while the pandemic, and we believe the constriction of our society and people not being in public places, not engaged in a lot of activities outside, had a significant dampening effect on property crime. People were home more, people were outside, away from shops and retailers. Well, that is largely stopped. I mean, we've now, most of our activities, commercial travel, retail shopping activities, Hollywood Boulevard activities are back to pre-pandemic levels. And in the midst of that, so are the opportunists, individuals, criminal element that is now using those traffic patterns and those practices as opportunities for them to break into vehicles, to steal vehicles, to engage in burglaries and thefts. For instance, on the theft arena, we are in excess of 20% of reduction in thefts in May. That number dropped to single digits in August, and now is a 0.4% decrease this year versus last. I suspect that we'll be in the plus column on thefts. Many of those occur at retail establishments, occur at coffee shops and others where people are opportunists in taking items like phones and other things. So that's where the value of lock it, hide it, keep it comes, is that yes, while we've had a theme across not just the city, but across the country with reduction and overall reduction in crime, and except for the instances of shooting violence and aggravated assaults, we're now going into the plus column this year versus last because we see normal patterns returning. The key to that is that while we will shift available resources as we can to deter violent crime, to deter property crime and to try to identify those responsible, our primary mission has to remain on the violence. And so we need the public's help, both in the violent crime as well as in the property crime, for prevention. Prevention is far more powerful of a elixir, if you will, than simply making arrests and that type of activity.
And Chief, just to follow up on that, which investigative team is primarily responsible for investigating property crime? Is that in the divisions?
Yes, that's at the local level. We do have a small, also significantly downsized commercial crimes division, but they lost well over half, I believe, of their staffing in the realignment where we pushed property crimes that commercial crimes typically engaged in. And I'll give you as an example. We previously had units that within commercial crimes that dealt with salvage yards, metal thefts, where we see the theft of catalytic converters, which are not serialized, and people steal from a vehicle because inside are special high value metals that go for $2,200 plus an ounce. And they're taking those to unscrupulous salvage yards to get cash and carry. We previously would have a metal unit that could go to those salvage yards, conduct inspections, and take actions against those unscrupulous actors. We still have that capability, but now it's out at the area levels because with the downsizing of the organization, was required to make sacrifices of what is the most essential functions that we're engaged in, which somewhat speaks to this effort of what is before you today, which is the city's budget and the department's budget, and that in the time in which we're in, where we're seeing these increasing and consistent headwinds regarding public safety, not just in violence, but also in property crime, that the department knows what works. And we've had previously and going forward can have resources to address this. But when those resources are compromised in a sense that they're reduced and we recognize the necessity of that given the economic conditions the city went through, severe and terrific, once in a lifetime, we hope, cutbacks. But now we hope is an opportunity, we look to an opportunity to begin restoring some of those so that we can ensure that we can address these emerging and re-emerging issues of public safety.
Well, thank you, Chief, and I'm sure we'll get more into that later during the budget discussion. But as I understand your description today with the cutbacks, obviously the department had to realign and put a lot more officers out on patrol, and also with a focus on violent crime with property crime, of course, not being ignored, but is not the overwhelming priority at this time, given all the cutbacks. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. I appreciate that. Commissioner Briggs, thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Are there any further questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Bonner, I see your mic is open.
Yes, thank you, Chief. Just one question going back to both the follow home robberies and the smash and grabs. Both of those situations, seem to or appear to involve perpetrators who engage in some level of planning and coordination at some level, and that's really the question: is what, if anything, do we know about the perpetrators of these? Particularly in the smash and grab, are they coordinating in social media or other means? I mean, just tell us a little bit about what, if anything, you're learning in that regard.
Well, so this morning, the three individuals we have, those are exactly the questions we're pursuing. They all have criminal backgrounds, I will say. They do not appear to be, at this early juncture, an organized crew. We do believe that social media and the publications of widely published accounts of what happened in San Francisco over the weekend and other parts of the country, including what happened in Beverly Hills, has created what some may view as an opportunity to engage in this type of conduct, and that they'll somehow escape any consequences of it, or they're at least willing to take that risk because of perhaps a belief that the criminal justice system won't hold them in custody, and if they have criminal prosecutions, they'll be months away, if ever. It's a temperament of a, if you will, that there is a sense in when we talk to some of those involved in this conduct, that they're willing to take that chance for the benefit of what they see of the opportunity. So we are looking to social media. We are monitoring, if you will, open source information. We'll look to activity of these individuals as to what may have drawn them to this location. But again, at the end of the day, we are working with the CHP and we'll work with other agencies of, is there an organized theft crew? We have seen with the arrests that we've made to date on the follow home bandits, that there are receivers, meaning that there are individuals who will readily take Rolexes and other high-end jewelry and buy them off of the street. They'll fence the material for cash and carry. And that those are also a target and will be a target of our investigation, because, that, let me say that there was a murder that occurred in the Hollywood Hills, you may remember, this past summer, in which individuals in an expensive vehicle drove into the Hollywood Hills and were confronted by gunmen. And a security officer was there. That security officer was engaged in a gun battle and ultimately died. That robbery crew was undoubtedly taking, and their targeting of high-end jewelry and so forth was to take that loot, if you will, to a fence, to someone who would pay them for that. That individual, whoever would pay them for that merchandise, shares in responsibility for that homicide. And so our investigation, this task force, is being brought together to muster resources that would otherwise not be available to conduct a full spectrum investigation and pursuit, not just those individuals who think that they can take this as an opportunity, but those individuals that are feeding this appetite by being readily available to provide monies for that loot that's being taken.
Thank you very much, Chief. Thank you, Commissioner Briggs.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Commissioner Kalanche, do you have any questions for Chief Moore? Not at this time. Thank you. Chief Moore, thank you. I'm sure we'll have further discussions later today on the agenda items. At this time, we're going to go to item number 2 on the agenda, the public comment period. Madam Secretary, can you please open the phone lines? Thank you.
Okay, our first speaker is Hamid Khan, followed by caller ending 8441.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, what items would you like to speak on?
All of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
So today, the commission is going to be looking over the budget that the LAPD has proposed. And in their classic, typical, extremely vulgar fashion, the LAPD is demanding a $213 million increase over last year, which would make this budget not only the largest increase in LAPD's annual budget, but also the largest budget ever when you bring in all the other stuff around pensions and all the other liabilities that the city has. Additionally, we are looking at about over the last 10 years, this will, I'm looking at the number that this would have grown 52% in the past decade alone. So I think the question really here is, first of all, going back to that, what last year when we went through this process and we released a whole, analysis of this process, that this show and tell is clearly where when Bonner asked Decker that what rights do they have, and Decker was very clear that none. So obviously today is more of a rubber stamping process rather than anything else. Because receiving a 700+ page document on a Friday night, and for you all, for this commission to claim that they are making an informed decision is bullshit. It's a blatant lie in people's face. So here we go again, where people who had been marching, one of the largest social justice movements in the history of the world, all year last year, continuing on, your own Loyola Marymount University's, just sentiment checking and the surveys that you do, saying that 67% of the people surveyed says to redirect the money, 33 or 35% clearly categorically saying to dismantle the LAPD, people on the streets by the millions saying to defund the police, by the millions saying that the money should be going to address the conditions of poverty, to address the conditions of lack of access, to the conditions on the ground that people are living in. Here we go again, once again, a classic failure and then an insult directly in people's faces. Things like $19 million for after action report implementation. Well, how many after action report implementations have we had in the past? Should we go back to the Watts uprising? Should we go back to the Rodney King beating? Should we go back to the May Day violence? Should we go back to the continuing violence, the massive violence that LAPD was engaged in? So again, what we are doing is that we keep on rewarding that violence. We keep on rewarding mass murder. And here you are talking about people's property being taken away. This is a classic insult to the community.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have caller ending 8441, followed by Christian.
Hi, can you
Hi,
hear
what
me?
item? Yes, what items would you like to speak on?
5B in general public comment, please.
Okay, 2 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, this is Yelena War, Los Angeles resident living in Council District 5. And I think that Chief Moore actually said something really, really smart during his report, which is that prevention is so much more important than arrests. And the question that we're dealing with here with this $213 million proposed budget increase, which would place the LAPD at an overall 52% budget increase in just the last 10 years, is do we want to invest in prevention or do we only want to invest in policing? This isn't a question of defunding the police. It's a question of whether or not we want the police to be allowed to defund everything else a city can possibly provide for public safety. With a $3.1 billion policing budget, we don't have money for any of the non-policing interventions that can be done to reduce violent and non-violent crime. For example, one experimental study in Philadelphia found that abandoned building remediations were associated with a 39% reduction in firearm assaults, and given the low cost of such remediation, returned hundreds of dollars for every dollar invested in the program. That's from Condo et al. 2015. So we've got these things we can do that don't involve policing, that don't involve the risk of officer-involved shootings, that don't involve the racial biases that are well documented in policing. And we can't do them because the budget is all being sucked into policing. If just funding police more and more increased public safety, we would now be living in the safest city in the safest country in the world. At what point do we say that it isn't worth defunding schools, it isn't worth defunding parks and recreation, it isn't worth defunding sanitation, it isn't worth defunding social services, it isn't worth defunding homelessness services, it isn't worth defunding transit, it isn't worth defunding everything else that a city can provide to.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Christian, followed by caller ending 5417.
All items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
First of all, I want to just say I support LAPD. I support law and order. We need more law and order. Thank you for the report today, Chief Moore. It was very informative. It's very concerning to see this rise in crime, and even the LA County, the sheriff put out the stats that homicide has gone up like 74% over the last 2 years. So it's not just a city problem, but county problem. I want to give a shout out to Foothill Division. Thank you so much, Foothill Division, for capturing the prowler who had an AR-15 and he was stealing things for weeks on end. And they finally caught him, but you know, mothers were afraid to have their kids play outside. Residents couldn't sleep at night. So a big shout out to Captain Johnny Smith and Detective Craig Nollner and all of the officers involved with that, which just goes to show you we need LAPD, we need police, we need safety, we need actually more resources, we need more officers, we need more units and funding to those units to solve these crimes and prevent crime as well. And I think officers, we cannot afford to lose these officers. They stood up and came when other people Zoomed from home, and they were out there these 18 months during COVID, and it's wrong to fire them if they do not take the vaccine. It should be a personal choice, a medical choice. Where there's risk, there must be choice, and coercion is not consent. And if you fire these 2,000 or 2,200 officers, all hell is going to break loose, and we cannot afford that. So please consider at least natural immunity. That should be part of the herd immunity. So thank you, and I yield my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have caller ending 5417, followed by Mona Sutton. Caller 5417, you're on.
Can you hear me?
Hi, yes, what items would you like to speak on?
I'd like to speak on the chief's report and also public comment.
Okay, 2 minutes.
Yes, as far as the policing, as far as we definitely need police and we need them to prevent crime. And unfortunately, they say that by preventing crime that it turns into racial profiling. Unfortunately, that is sometimes that happens. So we have to be accommodating to that because we don't want anybody being killed or their safety being violated. Over here, I wanted to go into public comment about what happened here in my area on October 27th and 28th. We had an unlawful gathering at Mary Immaculate Church where they had completely blocked off the street with a pickup truck and about 110 people with vendors and bands playing, keeping people up at all hours of the night. We have a lot of people that get up early and they need their sleep, and we don't need them out there driving with impaired sleep. Obviously, your officers in Foothill know about this event that happens every 27th and 28th, and they don't seem to be able to do anything about it for some reason. I also want to talk about the community policing. I still haven't heard from my senior lead officer. I've been complaining about things in my area, and for some reason, it's okay to ignore the residents of Foothill Division. I don't know what to do. I mean, it's been 5 years. Haven't talked to the person. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Mona Sutton, followed by Betty Lay. Okay, Mona doesn't have the latest version, so we'll move on to Zoom, so we'll move on to the next speaker. Betty Lay, followed by Matios Cadane.
Good morning.
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
Chief's report, 4 items on the agenda and public comment, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, first off, I always start to let everybody know I support Chief Moore. I support LAPD. I support agenda items 4A, 4B, 4C, 4D. I also am worried about community safety with the lack of officers. We need to increase our hiring. We need to increase community involvement. We need to get people to share the information with their neighbors for prevention. I know GTAs are up in some of the areas around Mission, and I'm always sending out e-blasts to make sure you lock your vehicles, you take valuables out. People need to provide this information to their neighbors. It takes a village to keep everybody safe. That's very important. And with this COVID vaccinations, it should be people's choice. We can't afford any terminations within law enforcement. I don't know how to stress that. It's very important. I'm real blessed to be a part of my Blue family. I support you all. Please consider some of my requests. And with that, I yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Matios Cadane, followed by caller ending 1157.
Hello?
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
All of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Yeah, on the chief's report, Chief Moore, I'm consistently disgusted by how you're willing to sensationalize the pain and suffering of others to, chill out this fear mongering. You talk about the attack that happened in Wisconsin, and in the same breath, you say there's no information or a credible threat to suggest that anything like that would happen here, but you're preparing for it. You talk about these follow home robbery task forces in such a romanticized and villainizing way to stoke fear. And that also touches on the downsizing efforts Chief Moore mentioned after his dribble about catalytic converters. This is an effort to feed the lie that the police have been defunded in any way. The police have not been defunded at all. There have been no cutbacks. In fact, as Hamid mentioned earlier, this is the largest LAPD budget ever proposed in front of us. So the new budget is a $213 million increase for a department that consistently fails at meeting its own bullshit standards. LAPD budget will have increased 52% in the last decade alone, 128 million in new personnel costs, while Angelenos make it clear we don't even want the cops we currently have. 18.4 million in reforms following the LAPD's admonishment by separate reports for how they handled the George Floyd uprising, over 300K for the Olympics, planning, group staffing, no doubt a harbinger of the department's forthcoming efforts to grow their budget through this shitty event that is poised to banish so many poor Black and brown Angelenos. 1.3 million to replace the truck that was lost while the LAPD bombed a neighborhood at 27th and San Pedro. Over 700K for the COVID disinfecting robots, which is a fucking joke because nearly the entirety of your department moves around the city unmasked, spreading pathogens to at-risk Angelenos. There's no way anyone would believe this department takes COVID safety seriously, with thousands of police officers unvaccinated and so many openly showing their support for anti-vaxxers by attending rallies in their fucking uniforms. There are no reasonable justifications for these budget asks, but why would there be? The LAPD has gotten away with years of shameless money grabs. They've grown and grown while actively dismissing the thousands of racial bias complaints this department has received. A pattern of police murder that clearly shows a targeted extermination of Black and brown Angelenos. This unchecked growth has helped strengthen the LAPD's legacy of racist policing and continues to cement its position as the most murderous police force in the United States. This budget is a continuation of a generations-long cycle where the LAPD uses reform to grow and perpetuate the tradition of racist policing that Angelenos have rallied against time and time again. This budget is explicitly an attempt to erase the voices of the masses that took to the streets during the George Floyd uprising and projected a resounding defund the police. The Loyola Marymount survey this bullshit commission called for showed that 62% of Angelenos called for redirecting police money to other resources. 37% called for a complete dismantling of the police. And yet this sham of an oversight body is poised to blindly approve a 710-page document you received less than 2 business days ago. I yield the rest of my time. Fuck you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have caller ending 1157, followed by Linda Alexander. Caller ending 1157, you're on.
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
Hi, yes,
What
can you hear me?
items? Hello, yes, we can hear you. What
5B.
items would you like to speak on?
5B and general public comment, please.
Okay, 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Chelsea Boyle. I strongly urge you to reject the LAPD's 2022 to 2023 budget. We need to invest in resources for the community, not more police. This morning, there has been a lot of fear mongering to justify an even more bloated budget. The chief's notion of scant resources is ridiculous when the LAPD has an over $3 billion budget. People need housing, food, mental health programs, education, and other resources. This is what reduces crime. Community care, not policing. The idea that the LAPD is starving for resources is ridiculous. We need to cut the LAPD budget and put that into community resources. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Linda Alexander, followed by Mary Ellen Barnes. Linda, you're on.
Yes, I'd like to speak on the budget.
Okay, 1 minute.
Good morning, commissioners. When we learned of the killing of George Floyd, I was incensed at the inhumanity of one police officer. My immediate reaction was defund the police. Upon reflection, I have come to believe that that's not the answer. What is needed is the ability to get rid of bad cops. That's a union issue with the police department. Secondly, we need more people who are trained in mental health issues to respond to those issues instead of the police. In addition, a good business practice is not to be paying overtime. And it seems that often a lack of resources on officers is the cause for overtime expense paid by the LAPD. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Mary Ellen Barnes, followed by Steve Rogers.
Hi, I'm Mary Ellen Barnes. I'm the president of the Point Fermin Residents Association in San Pedro. I'm speaking in support of the budget to add more police officers. Right now, I think our police do an excellent job of responding to violent crime, but our quality of life issues and our traffic issues really suffer, at least down here in San Pedro, for a lack of available officers. We live in an area where we get lots of out-of-town visitors, especially on summer evenings and every weekend. And that's the times when we have the fewest police officers working. And our SLOs are fantastic, but they cannot do it all. They have tens of thousands of people in each of their area, and they are just slammed. Most people who are breaking the law who come down here, which is a lot of them, they know they can just flaunt the laws because there will be no response from the police until it's too late. When I call the non-emergency number and it's 2 hours before they show up, everything's happened. So we have to endure 2 a.m. street racing, loud motorcycle noise all night, cars doing burnouts in residential intersections, speeding through residential streets, running stop signs continually, illegal fires on our beach all night long that just smoke out all the neighbors, and drunken, high, or mentally ill vagrants trespassing through our backyards in the middle of the night, cars being stolen off the streets because people don't have enough garage parking, and obviously the catalytic converter thefts are rampant. So more police would make a huge positive difference in our community. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Steve Rogers, followed by Philip Tabby.
Good morning.
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
1, 2, and 5B, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
A city this size needs a police department at a minimum of 12,500. 12,500. We have never gotten past 10,000 as a city for more than a couple of months. Going back to Mayor Reardon, that was the goal, 10,000. We have 9,525 sworn, according to the chief. We can't afford to have fewer police officers. They cannot do the job now. Specialized units, detectives with special skills are being harvested and put in patrol. That's not where they're best utilized. We were a world-class police department with detectives and officers with great skills that are utilized. And just to make that point, we need more police officers in the street, not fewer. When it comes to the COVID-19 Wuhan virus, it is a constitutional, religious, and medical issue. To have people terminated because they're exercising their rights or their medical, what's in their best interest, is just plain wrong. So we need more police officers, not fewer. Even our civilian employees, our dispatchers, they're having the same issue. Try calling 911 in an emergency and get a busy signal. What's the response time, Chief? What's the response time for code 2 calls? What's the response time for non-coded calls? You heard one woman say 2 hours. That's why certain crimes are down. People are not going to wait an hour or 2 hours to report a crime. Some people have just given up. The only crime stats that are really accurate are murder and motor vehicle theft, and those are way up. So the true picture of LA is that crime is going up. The number of LAPD personnel is going down, and wait until January, where there are more retirements and resignations. What are we going to do? I suggest to the average citizen, learn how to defend yourself, because the LAPD is not going to show up to defend you. And when they do, because there are great officers out there that are trying to do the job, and they do make arrests, the prosecutions, let's ask the question, prosecutions by the city attorney, Mike Fewer, and by the district attorney, George Gascon, what is happening at that end of the criminal justice system? So I highly recommend that this police commission do something. And Bluestone, that's corruption. Do an investigation. A no bid contract, is that the way business is done in this city? This is disgusting. It really is illegal. And I'm calling on an investigation as to what's going on with this whole situation. It's all about money.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Philip Tabby, followed by James Baeza.
Good morning.
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
Chief's report and general comment, please.
Okay, 2 minutes.
I want to say that I support the LAPD, but I'm very concerned for the safety of our city. This mandate stuff has just gone way too far. It's been deemed unconstitutional by the Fifth Circuit Court and another court this past weekend. And the mandate, really is not backed by science. It's backed by political science. It also troubles me that not one of our elected officials or the people in charge, like this commission, has taken a stand to protect our first responders. For several weeks, I've asked, what's the plan when thousands of our first responders are fired for not taking an experimental shot? It's not a vaccine, and that's a fact. Sheriff Villanueva is a great person to take notes from, I must say. When we lose all these trained officers, our high crime numbers will just rise. Homicides are, since 2019, up 45.5%. Aggravated assault up 15.5%. Motor vehicle theft up 52.5%. Shots fired up 55.1%. Victim shot 51.9% up. At this point, any plan that this commission even comes up with to deal with the loss of many officers will be a flop, and it's going to cost Los Angeles millions of dollars. Did any of you think of how much it costs to train our LAPD officers, and now you want to fire them? Again, at this point, no plan will save us if LAPD fires this many officers. I think the corruption runs deep. I'd bet every one of you would be probably been compromised. Why doesn't this commission talk about Bluestone? Why doesn't that situation concern this board? Natural immunity is better than an experimental shot, and that's a fact. You can catch the virus and transmit it if you even taken the shot, and that's a fact. Chief Moore said a few things.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have James Baeza, followed by Baba Keeley.
Yes, good morning. James Beza, and I'm the vice chair of the Harbor Area Community Police Advisory Board. I'd like to discuss items 1 and 5B. I was going to talk about how our ratio of police officers to citizens is not like it is in other major cities. But after hearing Chief Moore's comments and the comments that I hear from our own command staff in Harbor Division, we really do need to increase the budget for the LAPD. I know a lot of people are talking about, getting social services and looking at it that way. And there is something to be said for that. I've always thought that there should be a car on the street with an officer, a sworn officer, and a mental health professional to deal with some of these situations. But I also don't think that the current type of criminal, it relating to Chief Moore's comments, really cares about social services. I think they're out to get what they can and make money when they can. You know, I think there should, well, I'd like to see 15,000 officers sworn on a regular basis, but 12,500 seems reasonable. We should never go below 10. You know, and that correlates to the fact that one of the most common complaints I hear during CPAB meetings is that I hear nothing, like I call the LAPD and where are they? Their response time is low. And that's true, the response time is low for, you know, crimes that aren't, you know, code 1, code 2, but still that sentiment could be, you know, mitigated by having more officers on the street. I'd like to use as an example the defunding the police. You know, that obviously worked, right? The rise in assaults, the rise in burglaries, it seems like that went well after we cut that 150 million from the budget. That was last year, right? And what else do I have to say here? I've been scribbling while I was going on here. Oh, here we go. Yes, the LAPD, I think they get too much flack for the crime that's taking place on the streets today. If they had their choice, they'd be out there arresting people and incarcerating people every day. But they're being held responsible for the lackluster performance of our politicians and our justice system, especially our legislatures in California and our court system, the judges that we elect. And that's something we really should take into account in the future. And with that, thank you very much. I give you back my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Baba Keeley, followed by Gina Viola.
Keeley with BLMLA, and this institution has failed at every possible category. Your own reports, your own whitewash reports say that you failed. The people of the 27th and San Pedro community says you have failed. Every indication is that you have failed at every one of the tasks that you set out for yourself. So to reward you with an increase of 12%, to reward this institution with an increase of 12% is sending the absolute wrong message at the wrong time. Every dollar that we spend for LAPD is one less dollar we can spend to attack critical issues like houselessness. Every dollar we spend for the LAPD is one less dollar we can spend on prevention and intervention. Every dollar we spend on the LAPD is one less dollar we can provide for after-school programs. All of these things contribute to improved quality of life for people in our communities. But we don't think about that. Too often the police are called to do everything all the time. They are not trained for that. They are not equipped for that. And they shouldn't be expected to do that. And when it does happen, it usually winds up in Black death. So no, don't increase the budget. If anything, defund and refund our communities, divest from the police and invest in our communities. We've proven over and over again that when you invest in people in their communities, you can reduce crimes because we know what keeps us safe. It's resources. It's resources. And every one of the dollars that goes to this bloated, over-policed institution means that there's one less dollar we can provide for quality of life for the residents of our community. So don't approve this budget. Well, you all are a rubber stamp anyway, but so it's not a question of you're approving it. You'll pass it on just as is. But your support for it will indicate that you support rewarding failure over investing in our communities. We are calling for defund and refund, divest from the police, invest in our communities. I yield my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Gina Viola, followed by Richie.
Can you hear me?
Hi, yes, what items would you like to speak on?
Item 1, item 2, and 5B, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Chief's report. Chief, what a waste for your department to have access to booster number 3 when it took you a year to get to 77% vaccinated. Have the 6 people who refused to participate at all been fired? No, just some proceedings started. We will continue to have those COVID spreaders cost us money for years. Rittenhouse agreement. You will never understand public sentiment about that because you are clearly on the side of white supremacy. You don't show up to anti-vax rallies just across the street from your headquarters. Well, you don't show up in uniform. You increase patrols to protect property is really just everything about how you arbiters of gentrification are. You care more about the safety of Gucci bags more than the safety of people, period. You need to step down more, period. You talk about gun violence on our streets. We know where those guns all come from, and so do you. So does your sinister ass Metro Division that should have been disbanded years ago. This follow home robbery on Sunset just proves your police are simply useless. Cops are everywhere in Hollywood at night, everywhere. Just check out Film the Police's Twitter feed to see how many are out there night after night harassing Black youth driving or walking around. Cops don't prevent crime, they don't solve crime. They only bring tyranny. You continue to talk about being downsized when you have not ever been defunded. Again, you are truly an immense failure and should be fired. Public comment. Briggs, the only way you are the voice of citizens and police affairs is in your opening diatribe telling the public how to behave while giving public comment. You are more concerned about the discourse of commenters on a Zoom meeting than you are about police out stalking and endangering the public. You show your whole self week after week with that opening statement. And why is it okay to let actual police take up our public comment time here? This entire board is in no way, shape, or form the citizen's voice in police affairs. The citizens spoke for more than 8 hours on June 2nd of 2020, demanding that the LAP be defunded. And what have you fools continued to do since? Limit the time we have to speak to continue to tell you defund the damn LAPD. You have continued to reward the LAPD with more money for trainings, for reform, hello 1992, for community policing, for stalking, surveilling, and terrorizing our Black, brown, and poor people in this city. This board will never be the citizen's voice in policing in Los Angeles, just the rubber stamp for it. As such, you've got 33 police murders on your hands just this year alone. The LAPD budget consumes about half the city's discretionary funds, over $3 billion. What's in this budget that continues to be inaccessible to the public? It's unlikely that this commission even
Okay, thank you. Next we have Richie, followed by caller ending 7987.
Hi, yes, all available items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Yes, this is Richie Surjanko from the People's City Council. I think it's hilarious that you all spoke at length on, the robberies and Rittenhouse and all this stuff. You actually spent more time on that than you spent on the 27th Street bombing. The 2 people that were killed at the 7th Fleet can't even talk because it's so ridiculous. Like Chief Moore hasn't even said these people's names. Ozzie Hutchins and I forget the other one. I'm struggling right now. Chief Moore just utterly ridiculous. This leadership of his has led to 31 shootings this year. That's an increase. You guys have spent more time talking about the quote unquote increase on crime or robberies than the increase in LAPD shootings. People call in and say, oh yeah, well, we need more mental health workers and not police officers. Well, that's exactly what defunding the police means. The police don't have any job training on how to actually deal with people in mental health crisis. It's utterly ridiculous. Ozzie Hutchins and Ramon Reyes were the 2 names of the people that died at the 27th Street bombing by LAPD. Chief Moore has refused to say their names, and it's just ridiculous. And to talk about the budget, It consumes over half of the city's discretionary funds, over $3 billion. But what's in the budget continues to be inaccessible to the public. It's unlikely that this commission even understands what is in this behemoth of a budget. The dedication of so much of the city's budget for policing, while housing, healthcare, schools, and other services, critical community safety, go underfunded, is one of the ways city leaders, quote unquote leaders, do harm with regard to LAPD's budget. The fact that that people were in the streets, thousands, millions of people in the streets saying defund the police, and the audacity for back-to-back years for the LAPD to ask for an increase in their budget. It's just ridiculous. And for you all to rubber stamp this, like, what are you guys going to do about this? Because the people of Los Angeles absolutely do not want to keep funding the police like this. We don't want to give $3 billion to LAPD. You know, we have the people's budget. LA did the work, 27,000 people last year. I think 4,000 people this year. The results came back. The people of Los Angeles don't want to defund the police. So what exactly is this oversight body going to do with the budget request of a $200 million increase from LAPD? What exactly is going on? I yield my time. Fuck you, Chief Moore.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have caller ending 7987, followed by Leslie.
And Madam Secretary, Leslie will be the last call for the day.
Okay. Caller 7987.
Good morning. I'd like to speak on all items and public comment, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, just here to express my sincere thankfulness for LAPD and all the officers and what they do for us daily. They're actually heroes. COVID has become endemic. As much as we would like to think otherwise, it is here to stay. The Fauci ouchie is not protecting anyone from transmitting the virus or catching the virus. Use this opportunity to test all personnel, jabbed or not, to better understand the transmissibility within the LAPD. You'd be surprised at the results. Why did Bluestone receive the COVID testing contract on a non-bid basis at twice the cost of other providers? Who should have recused themselves but didn't on choosing a provider? Tisk tisk. This reeks of money laundering of taxpayer money, which, much like the nonprofits being utilized by the city in other areas. Last year, this commission failed to protect our officers at the height of rioting and handcuffed our LAPD. Protesters were allowed to yell and spit in the faces of our officers in between burning, looting, and rioting. Spare me your concern over COVID when our officers were subjected to direct contact with the virus. The rise in crime is no surprise. By bending over to criminals time and time again, restore law and order. By words and actions, this commission has allowed criminal organizations to flourish. Duh, who could have guessed? Tie the hands, handcuff our law enforcement as you have. What do you think would have happened? These crimes are the fruit of your woke work, which society will suffer greatly and pay the price, as seen by today's crime stats and total disregard for the law. Let's not triple down stupid by reducing our police force further. We can only shuffle personnel around so much. Criminals have taken advantage of the deterioration of lax laws, lax DA, and lack of enforcement. Fund the LAPD. Turn this around. And any nonsense talk of community people, non-sworn personnel roaming our streets is absolute ridiculousness. Again, fund LAPD to turn this around. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then our final speaker, Leslie.
Good morning. This is Leslie from the Harbor area.
And I would like to yield my time to Mona Sutton.
Good morning, Commissioners. This is
You
Mona.
can't yield time, I'm sorry, to someone else, right, Commissioner President?
I believe you're correct, Commissioner
Okay,
Sobroff.
so we
However,
can't do that.
Commissioner Sobroff, I believe Mona Sutton had called in earlier, and the secretary indicated that she did not have the correct Zoom update. And I believe this is why Mona Sutton is speaking at this time.
Okay,
But if
I got
you,
I got it.
please proceed, Ms. Sutton.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Chief Moore. Thank you for allowing me my time with my technical difficulties. I'm a San Pedro resident of 26 years. I'm also the chair of the Harbor Division's Community Police Advisory Board, and I've been a community partner for almost 15 years in wanting the harbor area and my city and where I live and do business in to be the safest. Having been a victim throughout a number of years of being on a business corridor of various break-ins for my business and other things. I'm not from Los Angeles, but when I moved to LA, I realized that we were grossly under-policed. Although I have had amazing service, what I'm realizing through my tenure of living here, as well as working as a community advocate, indeed, the craziest thing is that Los Angeles is the largest city in California. It is also the second largest city in the United States, behind only New York City. Los Angeles is also the third largest economy with a GDP of $1.7 trillion, second only to Tokyo and New York City in the entire world. Yet we have one of the smallest per capita police forces in America. Although I really respect all the amazing service that the Los Angeles Police Department does and is doing, our force does more with less indeed. LA currently has a $1.7 billion budget, New York City a $5.6 billion budget, Philadelphia a $4.9 billion budget, and Chicago $1.9 billion budget. The Los Angeles currently is the lowest budget in the entire country. We have 24 officers on duty per 10,000 Angelenos, behind New York City at 42 officers per 10,000. Philadelphia has 40 officers per 10,000, and we're also behind Chicago with 44 officers per 10,000 to our 24. We have 469 square miles in the city of Los Angeles that our force of now less than 10,000 has to police. I, for one, think that it's completely outrageous that we don't have a budget at least half similar or more than all the major cities in America. I completely respect what the other callers have said in regard to police reform and the injustices that we have seen in this country.
Thank you. That is the end of the public comment period. At this time, we're going to move to item 3 on the agenda, which is the findings to continue to teleconference meeting pursuant to AB 361. On the statement of findings is the COVID-19 state of emergency remains active, and state or local officials have imposed or recommended measures to promote social distancing. Consistent with findings made by the City Council on October 6, 2021, the COVID-19 pandemic remains a significant challenge in the city of Los Angeles, particularly in light of the highly contagious Delta variant. COVID-19 daily cases and community transmission remain high, and according to health experts, are likely to increase during the coming weeks because respiratory viruses spread more easily in fall and winter months. The recommendations for the board are that the commission determine in accordance with AB 361 that this legislative body has reconsidered the circumstances of the state of emergency and that the state of emergency continues to present imminent risk to the health or safety of attendees and continues to directly impact the ability of the board members to meet safely in person. I move this forward. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. At this time, we're going to go to item 4 on the agenda, the consent agenda items. Do any commissioners want to hold out any of the consent agenda items? Seeing none, I move that we adopt and approve all of the consent agenda items and report out as necessary. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. We now go to item 5, the regular agenda items. The first item is the verbal presentation of the Pacific Division CPAP. And we have Captain Embrick with us today. And also Dr. Ron Mito. Welcome, Captain. How are you today?
Hey, good morning, members of the commission and Chief Moore. Let me pull my screen up. Okay, I just want to thank the commission for giving us this time to highlight some of the activities and things that are going on with our Community Police Advisory Board. I am Captain Steve Embrick. I've been assigned to Pacific area since December 2019, officially on the books as of March 2020. I have 27 years on the job, and seated to my right is my partner.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Ron Mito, and I am the civilian co-chair.
Commissioners, these are the topics which we will be discussing during this presentation. I'd like to start off by giving you a brief snapshot of Pacific area. Geographically, we cover 25 square miles, which extends from Venice Beach at our northwest all the way down to Los Angeles International Airport. Pacific area consists of 8 basic CARs, which serve the communities of Venice, Mar Vista, Palms, Del Rey, Playa Vista, Playa del Rey, and Westchester. So our combined service area population is over 250,000 persons. We also fall within 2 council districts. The Palms neighborhood falls within Council District 5, and the majority of Pacific area is included within Council District 11. Pacific area is somewhat unique LAPD area because we're surrounded by other jurisdictions to include Santa Monica, Culver City, Inglewood, El Segundo, and Marina del Rey. And I mention this because it makes it a little more complex because we need to maintain relationships with all of those neighboring communities, but it also it increases the opportunities in which we have to collaborate. There are 2 gang reduction and youth development zones in Pacific area. One is located in Venice. The other is located in the Mar Vista area. Major destinations within Pacific area include Venice and Dockweiler beaches, Marina del Rey, Loyola Marymount University, and the Los Angeles International Airport. Prior to the pandemic, Venice Beach was said to be the 2nd most visited tourist attraction in the Southern California region, and we aim to return it back to that status to stimulate the economy within the city of Los Angeles. The Los Angeles World Airport historically has had over 80 million travelers travel through that airport annually. We are returning to pre-pandemic conditions with over 91,000 travelers going through LAX in a single day yesterday. Okay, I'd like to also provide a snapshot of our personnel. We have over 285 sworn personnel, 14 civilians, 14 reserve officers, 41 volunteers with 10 applications in process. We have 2 youth programs. We have 42 cadets and 30 junior cadets.
Our volunteer programs include the CPAB, which we'll talk about in detail soon, the Religious Clergy Council, Pacific Boosters, Detective Volunteers, and other volunteers. So CPAB, we have 22 board members. We have 3 applications in process, and our board members represent all of the different basic car areas in Pacific. In fact, many of our CPAM members are also members of their local neighborhood councils. Meetings are held on every third Wednesday of the month. And we also include representatives from CD 11, County Board of Supervisors, Mayor's West Side representative, LMU Safety, and our neighborhood prosecutor. Prior to COVID, we held our meetings in person, and we also broadcast live stream. Since COVID, they've all been Zoom, and we continue to broadcast on live stream, and we get over 500 views.
So as we move forward through the pandemic and the coronavirus mitigation measures, a lot of our CPAP members have expressed an interest to return to in-person meetings. So next year we intend to transition to a hybrid approach in which we're going to allow persons to be in-person attendees as well as Zoom participants. And that actually works out for us because we do not have a facility at Pacific area which would in which we'd be able to host all of the community members as well as our personnel. So look for a hybrid approach next year. We'll continue to live stream on Facebook.
We have 4 standing committees in CPAB: Emergency Preparedness, Neighborhood Watch, Block Captains, Events, and Transportation. Our Emergency Preparedness provides education and training in CERT as well as Ryland. And our Neighborhood Watch Block Captains, we have 71 block captains. We have our SLOs meeting monthly with their areas, and we hold quarterly block captains meeting. And since COVID, that's been via Zoom. Events, we're going to
Madam Secretary, it appears that we lost them. Can you attempt to assist them, please? Madam Secretary?
Okay, I'm trying to get them back on. Give me 1 second.
Thank you.
Mr. President, it appears to be their connection. We're trying to have them re-log on.
We'll give you a couple of moments. If we don't have them by then, we'll move on to item 5B on the agenda. Madam Secretary, at this time, we're going to proceed with item 5B on the agenda. Can you bring up Assistant Chief Choi? Good morning, Chief Choi. Oh,
Good morning, Mr. President. Good morning, Commissioners and Chief. Oh,
it looks like they're back. Do we have a stable connection, Madam Secretary, with respect to Captain Embrick? Captain Embrick, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, sir.
Okay. I take it you have a stable connection. Why don't you go ahead and continue? Sorry about that. That's the problem with modern technology in a Zoom environment.
All right, sir, I'm not sure where we dropped off. Okay, so you know what, we'll start off back to let's talking about some of our activities.
You actually dropped off. You were talking about the 4 committees.
Okay.
Oh, that's
So,
quite a ways back.
Yeah, let's go back then. Sorry about that.
You were talking about emergency preparation.
Okay. So we have 4 committees, 4 standing committees in CPAB, and one is emergency preparedness, neighborhood watch, black captains, events, and transportation. And each of the committees has co-chairs, and for like emergency preparedness, their focus is on CERT training and Rylan and distributing information such as earthquake readiness. For neighborhood watch and block captains, we have 71 block captains in the Pacific, and our SLOs meet with their areas on a monthly basis. In addition, we hold quarterly meetings for all the block captains and community members. And since COVID, it's been via Zoom. For events, I'm going to speak about that a little separately. And then transportation, that relates to safety for vehicular, pedestrian, bicyclists, scooters, etc. So activities. With regard to CERT neighborhood training, we have conducted CERT training just about in every area throughout the Pacific. Doesn't mean that every individual has participated, but we've at least offered. We have several members of the CPAP committee that are CERT trainers as well. Pacific consistently participates in the Westchester 4th of July Parade and National Night Out. Here's one of our signature events that occurs annually. We get anywhere up to 1,500 community members participating. We posted it across the Pacific area, including Venice High School, Playa Vista, Venice, Kenmar. And it's a tradition that we really enjoy, especially when it can be in person.
Earlier this year, the Pacific Area CPAB Events Committee partnered with the Resplendent Light Community Church, whose many members are affiliated with the Venice Japanese Community Center, and we conducted an Asian American Hate Crime Forum.
And we are also planning to build on that and to host a panel discussion for our entire area. It's been a little challenging during COVID to try to coordinate a number of panelists and identify a date and time, but we will make that occur. Officer Appreciation Days. So these are some of our signature events throughout the year. Our largest is actually occurring tomorrow, which is a pre-Thanksgiving dinner on Thanksgiving Eve. Before COVID, this was held as a community potluck, and we would get tremendous support from a broad range of community members and feeding upwards to 150 officers. During COVID, we have transitioned to a commercial supported event where our local restaurants are providing food for us. And anything that we're missing, we supplement with donations from the community. We also provide breakfast and lunch on Christmas Day and New Year's Day, as all of these holidays are challenging for officers to try to access open restaurants and food suppliers.
The Venice holiday sign lighting did not occur in person last year. However, this year it is planned for December 4th. And it is a large community-led event in which our CPAB is an active participant. We'll have our own table there, not only for the purpose of volunteer recruitment, but also to promote registration of bicycles and bike index, as Venice is one of the most prolific areas related to bicycle theft. And we hope to reduce the incidence of bike thefts, as well as increase the amount of bicycles that are recovered by our officers and returned to their rightful owners.
We are also consistent participants in the Cedar Sinai Blood Drive, and I'm proud to say that for the past 6 years, Pacific has donated the most blood. And a lot of this has come through community members' donations. Holiday Toy Drive. This is another major event that's occurred for a number of years. And prior to COVID, we would host a toy giveaway at the station. And subsequent to COVID, we've had to transition to a different way in which we're partnering with community youth organizations, and they help us with identifying and distributing toys. Officers also distribute toys in their community.
We're also concerned about the amount of catalytic converters that are being stolen citywide. So in order to reduce that number, we are partnering with the Irvine Auto Center, which we will hold a catalytic converter etching event at Marina Del Rey Toyota. We're just working on a firm date. We had to postpone our original etching event, but we will send invitations out to the community. The previous event that they did hold, they were able to etch over 300 catalytic converters from throughout our community. All right, going into next year, one of our primary things is that we want to expand our volunteer recruitment. We're trying to recover from our pre-coronavirus numbers. And part of the reason for that is we do have volunteer applications in process right now. However, I think that I may have been one of the reasons why we've slowed down our application process in order to fulfill our need to respond to calls for service from the community. We've loaned some of our patrol personnel back to patrol to keep our response times reasonable. Secondly, we'd like to establish a community patrol. That's been a very successful program citywide in many divisions. We do have interest from the community, and we are just waiting for West Bureau to conduct a community police academy, and I know that's already in the works. Additionally, we're also looking at a Pacific Police Auxiliary Week. We initially were going to partner with one organization, but last year they decided that they wanted to be more independent. So we are considering other venues such as soccer or baseball. And at this point, I think this concludes our presentation, and we are open to whatever questions you have, commissioners.
Thank you.
I will unshare my screen now.
Thank you very much, Captain. Commissioner Decker, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. There we go. First of all, thank you very much for your presentation today, and thank you very much for the preparation and the work you do in the community every day. I just want to ensure you're still there since we can't see you right now. There we go. Okay. But by the way, if it makes you feel better, it's not the first CPAB presentation that we've had technical difficulties with. So thanks for bearing with us, but we really appreciate the presentation. A few questions you talked about, the pre-COVID, COVID, and some of your goals in the post-COVID world, which were all happening, begins very quickly. And going to hybrid meetings. Are there other efforts that now that you're getting all these views on YouTube and people watching the Zoom meetings, are there other efforts you'll be undertaking in order to bring in more people and to get more members of the community more involved in the CPAB in particular?
So that actually is a desire, but a challenge at the same time. Our facilities here at Pacific are very small, and we do not have a dedicated community room, and we don't have a space large enough to accommodate more than the basic size that we have right now of 20 plus members, plus all the SLOs and command staff. And then on the other side of the coin is when you have a large organization, it's hard to have meaningful discussions. And so it's a delicate balance from an organizational perspective in terms of what you can accomplish. And so I think the hybrid aspect of both Zoom and live stream allows the community to participate and get the information, but it allows the committee to function and do what it needs to do.
Yeah, Ms. Decker, Ron and I have talked about expanding our CPAB board, and we both agree it's about the right size right now where it's manageable. And we have participation from throughout our communities. We've actually had more people want to join from a certain part of the community, but we didn't want to lopside it and make sure that the entire area is equally represented. So what we like to do is project all the strength forward. That's why we have 71 people in the neighborhood, the block captain committee.
Very good, thank you. I appreciate that perspective and your explanation for it. Thank you very much, Commissioner Briggs. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Are there any further questions from other commissioners? Commissioner Kwanche? Commissioner Bonner?
Yes, please. Just two quick questions, if I might. I want to thank Captain Embrick and Dr. Mito for being with us today. Two questions. One is can you give us kind of just some examples or a sense of the 2 or 3 issues that may be the subject of the greatest debate or the most debate? I'm assuming it's not a uniform chorus of support for everything that is being done, whether it's at the department or within the CPAB. So just give us a little sense of some of the top issues that are on the minds of the members and tend to get a lot of discussion.
I think without surprise, there's a singular issue that is on the topic or on everybody's mind in the Pacific area, and that's been since I've arrived here, and that has been the city's response to persons experiencing homelessness. So very difficult. So we've worked through 3 rehousing efforts right now. The first one occurred in Penmar. The second, and which was the biggest one, was the reopening of Venice Beach. And now we have partnered with our community partners, government partners, to reopen Westchester Park. That has considerably changed the environment in the Pacific area, and you see it in our crime statistics, where there's almost a transitional point where you see our crime in January through August, and then after we work together as a government agency with all of our partners, all of government approach with the mayor's office, with Council District 11, sanitation, other city departments, RAP, as well as our non-governmental organizations, and we all attack this together. So I think you're going to see a big transition, and that is perhaps the most, the topic that everybody wants to talk about, and the reason why they show up at our CPAB meetings is because they want to get an update. And I think they're all glad that they are seeing the city partnership make tremendous progress and perhaps can be the model for how we deal with homelessness across the city of Los Angeles.
I think that was one. That was a big one, but that was one. Anything else that?
Yeah. So I'm sorry, sir. So hand in hand with that was our violent crime. So in the early part of this year, we were number 21 out of 21 divisions. No surprise as far as crime reduction. And we did a detailed analysis of our crimes and determined that prior to all of these cleanups, we're averaging between 40 and 50% weekly of our violent crime were related to persons experiencing homelessness. Sometimes as suspects, sometimes as well as victims. Very vulnerable population if you live out in the open. So we're very glad that the city government working together was able to get a lot of people housed and removed a lot of vulnerable people from the streets. So violent crime was our second topic. And now that our violent crime is somewhat under control and it's half of what it was before August, we're able to move on to auto crimes. So one of the things that we're taking up right now, and as an area, we're including our CPAB in this discussion, and that is the amount of bicycles that are stolen within Pacific area. I really believe that Pacific area is the division with the most amount of bicycles stolen, and specifically Venice. We're a destination location. Additionally, we've had a 2-year pilot program going on with electric bicycle rentals throughout the area. So if you were to drive to Venice right now, you would see hundreds, if maybe 1,000 bicycles on the sidewalks. So year to date, we've had over 550 bicycles stolen. Most of them are stolen right off the street. 72% of them are taken during thefts. Only 28% are taken during burglaries. And the startling thing to us is that when we get a report of a stolen bicycle, only 28% of those stolen bicycles include serial numbers. So that's why, we propose it to the CPAB, to the community. How can you solve this problem with us? We've had a good discussion during our last meeting, and we want to promote the use of bike index so we can identify bicycles. Our officers go through these encampments that have over 20 bicycles, and they will run 20 serial numbers, and not a single one will come back reported stolen because the original owner did not have the serial number. So I think we can change that. We can reduce bike thefts if people are able to identify their bicycles, and we can get them back. We can identify not really a penal code related to bicycle chop shops, but we can identify these locations and apprehend the people who are stealing and trading in these stolen bicycles. And our CPAB is going to lead the way on that.
Appreciate that. I think it's a good reminder for everyone who owns a bicycle. I think the other question I had, Captain, you started out the conversation noting the geography and the fact that you're surrounded by a number of other communities that are not part of the city of LA, whether Santa Monica, I guess, would be on the north, and El Segundo in the south. Can you if we were having a discussion about the economy, for example, this would be a discussion about maybe the California economy or the Southern California economy or LA County, it'd be thought about and talked about on a regional basis. But in this context of, say, public safety, where you have people who are geographically, close, but yet served by different cities and different police departments that may have different approaches, different priorities, different challenges, and so on. Can you speak to one, the level and the nature of collaboration that occurs on public safety? Whether I'm assuming it's some of that is occurring through the CPAB, but that's part of the question is the CPAB facilitating collaboration on public safety with adjacent communities, and speak a little bit as to how that's done.
Yeah, sir. So the primary communication mechanism for us with other cities is we have a daily dialogue with our surrounding cities, in which our ACCICs, or Area Crime Control Intelligence Centers, share crime information on a daily basis. Additionally, all of our watch commanders have the phone numbers for the surrounding agencies. And whenever we spot a trend or perhaps a series of robberies, that information is immediately shared with our partners. Because our cities intersect sometimes, like there is a sliver of Culver City coming through Pacific area, very often because suspects don't understand or respect the boundaries that they're in the city of LA on one street and they're Culver City the very next street. It is crucial that we share real-time information with our neighboring partners. Some of the people in our CPAB actually own businesses in Culver City, but live in Pacific area. So there is a lot of crosstalk between the cities just out of people living and working in the area. So our overarching goal in working with these businesses is, number one, the overall re-stimulating the Los Angeles economy. As I mentioned, Venice Beach is the second most visited visited tourist attraction in the Southern California region. people stopped coming here because they heard about the violence. We were hit on a daily basis on the media about the violence and the person's experience with homelessness on the boardwalk. What I believe was unfair was that after Venice Beach was cleaned, we also did a great job with our city partners maintaining that. So if you go to Venice Beach right now, it is safe and it is a clean beach. And if we can get tourism to get re-stimulated and visitors from all over the world and not only folks from Los Angeles, that will be a shot in the arm for the Los Angeles economy at large.
Well, I appreciate you both being here with us this morning and sharing information and insight about a very unique part of the city, I think, and certainly wishing you well in the continued efforts to not only ensure public safety, but I appreciate the acknowledgement that there is a significant nexus between public safety on the one hand and prosperity and tourism and the ability to have people employing other people in the area. So appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Commissioner Soboroff.
Hi, two things. First of all, I've been aware for many years of the great work of the CPAB Pacific Division and how it's affected all the neighborhoods and also the general workings of Pacific and the space limitations, et cetera. But I have a question. A few years ago, a number of modular units, offices were donated to the Pacific Division by the Playa Vista ownership. This was after I left Playa Vista, and hooked up and utilized for different things. And I wonder what's the current status of what they're being used for in relation to the community services and the outreach and the things that the CPAB wants to do.
Hey, sir, thank you for bringing it up. As you know, our station, one of the older stations, built in 1973, actually designed for a capacity of 150 persons. We outgrew that a long time ago. Had it not been for the donation of that, what we call our community room, the trailer complex that we do have, we would not be able to conduct continuous operations other than a complete teardown of this building. So that's kept us running. So what we've used that for is we house our senior lead officers and all of our community programs out of that trailer complex. So our youth programs meet there every week. That is also where we have our community room. It's not big. We can maybe take 20 people pre-coronavirus distancing, but really now it's down to 10. But without that, we had no other venue to host community meetings other than utilizing our roll call. So it's been an important part of our facility. The problem that we do have is that our own division does not recognize that it was appropriate, all the paperwork for accepting that donation was not appropriately completed. So we do have problems getting utilities connected to it, and any maintenance items such as needing a new roof is not included in the city budget. So we try to fund that through our charitable donations and whatever funds Pacific Boosters can raise for us.
Oh, great, thanks. It's just important that that be utilized as much as possible for as many different things because of your CPAB needs and also the needs of the Pacific Group. Thank you, and thanks very much for what you're both doing.
Thank you, sir. We could not operate without that structure right now. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner Soboroff. Captain Embrick and Dr. Mito, I want to, first of all, thank you for the work that you're doing there in the Pacific Division. I had an occasion earlier in the year to visit your division. I saw firsthand the challenges with those who are houseless, as well as a lot of the attendant problems that go along with it. I'm glad that you're now reporting that a lot of those problems are being resolved through various efforts on part of the city, because at the time that I was there, there was increased crime. The challenges, as I understood it, were not only the homeless on the homeless, but those who came down to that area who were preying on the homeless. and taking advantage of them as well. So I'm glad to hear that a lot of this issue is being resolved. I am somewhat, I'll just say it, shocked to hear that there are 550 thefts of bicycles. Can you tell me, is it the case that people simply are not locking their bikes or to a fixed stand, or is it that whoever is stealing them is coming along with bolt cutters and just, taking the bike with them? Because I find it hard to fathom nowadays that people just don't lock their bicycles. So can you explain, is this a crime of opportunity or what?
Both, right on both accounts, sir. So many of the bicycle theft reports we do get are persons, as I said, it's a destination division. So people come to the beach, they come on bike rides from all over the city and ultimately land at Venice Beach or Dockweiler beaches. Many of the reports we read are, I went into the restaurant, I leaned my bicycle outside, went in, and somebody came and grabbed it and rode off. So like I mentioned, 72% of our bicycles are taken during thefts. So by the nature of theft, it's outdoors. Some of them are secured, they are locked, but thieves who participate in this and plan ahead, they know to bring a bolt cutter and they easily disable the lock. Only 28% are taken in burglaries, and many of the burglaries include people just the bicycles in their subterranean garage and believing that it's secure storage. And we explain to folks that even if you have a locked subterranean garage, if your neighbor enters the garage, somebody could easily be waiting and walk right into the garage and follow them in. The other thing is a lot of our areas include community bike storage areas. So we're trying to encourage to those, because if you live in one of these condos with these common storage areas, if somebody is there to steal a bicycle, you don't know if they're actually taking their bicycle or if they're the actual owner or not, unless you see them, cutting a lock. So we're trying to increase the communication. The biggest growth area in bicycle theft has been these electric bikes. So we've had a 66% increase in the theft of electrical bikes, not only because the components are expensive, but also because the batteries can be sold on the secondary markets. Replacement costs for these electric bicycle batteries can range up to $400. Our NED unit recovered over 200 batteries, which a person was selling in the Venice area for $150 each. Remember that 2019 theft of electrical bicycles did not exist. It was significantly insignificant. So we have a whole new area of thefts which is expanding. We have some major operators that are doing bicycle rentals in the Venice area. They're all supposed to be limited to 150 bicycles. Their major problem is rebalancing their fleet, because people rent bicycles from all over LA, ride them to the beach and leave them there. So that's one of our problems. If you were to drive around Venice right now, you would see hundreds of bicycles on sidewalks or in front of people's residences.
Wow. Well, Captain, thank you very much. And I'm sure community education is a piece of that, and advising the public to lock, secure, look at their surroundings, don't leave their bikes unattended if they can. But thank you very much for your work as well, Dr. Mito, sorry. Appreciate everything that both of you do. Thank you very much. And now we'll go to item 5B on the agenda, the department's report on the proposed budget for fiscal year 2022 and 2023. Let's bring forward Assistant Chief Choi and Police Administrative Officer Anne Marie Sauer and Police Administrator Tom Brennan. Thank you, Chief Choi. Please proceed.
Good morning, Commissioner Briggs and Commissioners and Chief. I'd just like to start by introducing the budget team. We have the Commanding Officer of Administrative Services Bureau, Anne Marie Sauer here. And then you also have the Commanding Officer of Fiscal Group, Tom Brennan here, and the budget team there behind them. They're all together. I just want to thank them for all their hard work that they've done to get us to this proposed budget. as well as the hard work that is going to come in the near future to get us across the finish line. So a lot of work to be done. I'm just going to start with quick comments, then have Tom walk us through this proposed budget. There is an increase, a net increase from this fiscal year to next fiscal year's proposed budget. The majority of that, over 50%, 57%, some odd, is due to obligatory salaries and expenses. These are pre-negotiated labor contracts. These are cost of living adjustments that we were to have in this current fiscal year that were deferred into next fiscal year. So that's the vast majority. We believe there's also equipment, vehicle expenses that we're trying to restore to historically underfunded levels in our vehicle fleet. We want to bring back to normal levels. These things that we're asking for are, we believe, the department believes, are critical to the safety and security of this city. These are not just nice to have things, these are need to have things to ensure the public safety and to be able to police the city properly. So having said that, I'll if the chief wants to make some quick comments or wait till the end. Okay, Tom, if you could just walk us through the proposed budget and then we'll open it up to questions, that would be great.
Thank you, Chief. First of all, thank you for the introductions. I'd also very much like to introduce Patricia Paterno, who is the officer in charge of the budget section. It is under her direction and with her very small staff working late hours and long weekends in concert with our subject matter experts in personnel, motor transport, ITV, and throughout the department, that the budget has been prepared. It's a tremendous effort that we have a very short period of time to produce every year. The department's 22-23 proposed budget has been developed based on the department's goals as defined in the strategic plan, which has been updated this year. Those goals are to protect Los Angeles, serve Los Angeles, improve organizational accountability, modernize technology, and enrich training. We are requesting an increase in the department's budget of $213 million, or 12.11% from the current fiscal year, for a total budget of $1,974,195,945 for fiscal year 22-23. Of that increase, $121 million is for obligatory salary increases due to the deferred cost of living increases that were put off by both the civilian and sworn unions. Full funding of council resolution authorities that were approved in the current fiscal year, which includes 102 positions that were restored by the council that were deleted as part of the SIP program that we will get back in January of 2022. Restoration of overtime to fiscal year 2019-2020 levels, and hiring 622 personnel to end the fiscal year in June of 2023 with 9,800 sworn personnel. That also includes hiring to attrition for civilian employees, which would be 288. We would expect to end the fiscal year in June of 2023 with 2,812 civilian employees. This also includes all of the carve-outs for a bridge home, human trafficking, cannabis, Vision Zero, custody transport, as well as the $5 million buy down that is guaranteed in MOU 24 with the Police Protective League to buy down accumulated overtime once during the fiscal year. The cost of hiring from our current fiscal year and goal of 9,706 to 9,800 is approximately $6.2 million. $79 million in the budget is for reimbursable costs associated with the contract for services to the Metropolitan Transportation Agency. This includes full year funding for the contract. I need to point out that there's some budget math that we have done with this, with the budget, as the chief was talking about restoring full services. In the current fiscal year, the MTA contract was only funded for half the amount. We are also, due to an error in the calculation of the salary account for sworn employees, are sworn salary account was shorted by about $11 million this year. And again, as we were talking about, we added back in the $5 million for the accumulated overtime. That accounts for about $52 million in the increase in this budget. Additionally, we have about $27 million for vehicles. This is the first year of a 3-year plan that we are proposing. A 3-year plan was requested by City Council during the budget deliberations for this fiscal year. So we have put together that first year proposal to start replacing the vehicles where our budget has continually in the past been reduced to meet other funding needs in the department. One year it was $5 million to meet a shortfall in the salary account. Other years it's just been because of fiscal issues with the city. There's $18 million for implementation of the after action report, $10 million for technology improvements, cybersecurity and usage adjustments, $6 million to restore an additional 93 civilian positions that had been eliminated as part of the SIP program. The SIP program originally eliminated 269 positions. So this will actually bring us to just shy of restoring 200. The department has included full year funding for the call redirection to ensure suicide safety program, which is the contract that we have with D.D. Hirsch, and expansion of the mental evaluation unit for about $3.8 million, contingent on the County Department of Mental Health providing the complementary staffing to sworn officers. Facilities health and safety improvements, both minor and major repairs, replacement of modular furniture and carpeting, and increased basic maintenance for our facilities is included. As you just heard in the previous presentation, some of our facilities go back 50 years, and the city, over the course of several financial crises, has reduced the amount of maintenance and basic repairs such as carpet cleaning, painting in our facilities, and we are asking for funding to improve the conditions of our facilities and maintain them, which overall will make the facilities last longer. In our sworn hiring, the budget proposes hiring 622 recruits in fiscal year 22-23, with a projected attrition of 515, resulting again in the year-end sworn staffing of 9,800 officers. That hiring plan consists of 13 classes of approximately 48 recruits during the course of the fiscal year. In order to achieve that hiring goal, the department has requested $200,000 in additional funding for a total of $500,000 in the budget for targeted recruitment hiring. On the civilian hiring, the budget proposes maintaining the staffing level at 2,812, which is approximately 700 fewer civilians than we had 12 years ago in the department. This includes the restoration of critical positions that were deleted during the fiscal year 2021 as a result of the separation incentive program. Part of this hiring program includes using the targeted local hire program and the bridge to jobs process. The department has been one of the leaders in the city in using targeted local hire. We have hired 96 personnel since the program was instituted in 2017. And we are also in the process of hiring about 10 personnel through the Bridge to Jobs program. For sworn overtime, the budget includes COLAs for the existing overtime and the request to restore overtime to the 1920 levels. In the MOU with the LAPPL that was negotiated as part of the deferral of cost of living increases, there's a guarantee of $70 million in overtime in the budget for fiscal years 21-22, 22-23, and 23-24. There is also in fiscal year 23-24 a proposed $35 million buy down of accumulated overtime. The Community Safety Partnership Bureau includes full year funding for the South Park site that was transitioned from the Baltimore Foundation to city funded in the current fiscal year. that will bring all of the CSP sites that were funded through the Ballmer Foundation into being city funded. Additional positions are included for CSPB as a result of to implement recommendations in the UCLA Luskin report to provide more consistent staffing at each of the sites. Funding for the CRESS program, the call reduction to ensure suicide safety and expansion of the mental evaluation, and institutionalizing the community safety partnership concepts are key to serving the Los Angeles community. The budget includes funding for the multimodal community survey to measure public sentiment and gauge the community perceptions of changes and improvements the department is making. Towards improving organizational accountability, this includes the after action report recommendation plan, which is about $18 million. Originally, the plan was proposed at about 67 million, and through working on that to provide the most essential parts of it, the department is taking on certain parts without additional funding, but it cannot fully be implemented without this additional funding. The plan provides for ongoing training and improvements in the department's responses to large-scale events, training to de-escalate encounters, and better community engagement strategies are included and would be implemented in various parts and modules of the ongoing training. There is also a proposal to improve our body-worn video tracking by adding a location component so that body-worn video is actually automatically tracing or recording where it's being used. For our modernization of technology, the department is requesting approximately 10 million for continued technology improvements. These include usage adjustments for contract software, ongoing support for customer relationship management system, the transition to the digital workflow system, development of a cybersecurity section, and staffing necessary to support the department's transition to more online reporting and community engagement. For enriching training, the after action implementation plans contain cyclical training components for mobile field force training, training for supervisors and command staff, and incorporates implicit bias, procedural justice, de-escalation, and duty to intervene in ongoing training modules. The department continues to look at ways to improve training delivery, and the department is also requesting funding for a position to develop a civilian training program, something that's been lacking in the department for more than a decade. In maximizing workforce potential, the department is requesting funding for the targeted sworn recruitment to continue the funding of diversity outreach efforts, and including funding within the after action implementation plan for employee mental and physical wellness. The budget requests funding for facilities maintenance and improvements that are essential for a safe and healthy workplace. The department is also requesting approximately $22.5 million for non-black and white and specialized vehicles and $7 million for a helicopter. An additional $4.8 million is requested for alteration improvement funds, which would go to the Department of General Services to perform basic maintenance, repairs, and necessary improvements to department facilities. That is my brief overview of the budget, and I am here to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Before I throw it open to other commissioners, I'd like to ask Chief Moore a question about this budget. Chief Moore, we've seen a troubling trend in 2021 with rise in violent crime throughout the city. Now that trouble has gone into places where we haven't seen it before, as recent as last night at the Grove, these smash and grabs, these follow home robberies, the shootings are on the increase, and all the way to seeing individuals who were not previously victims of crime become victims of crime. we've also seen, today, one of the issues that our stations are having with technology, just the mere fact that we're having problems with Zoom with one of the divisions. So how does this budget that is being proposed help us with the public safety aspect and improve the services that the department will provide the city?
Commissioner, thank you for the opportunity. And I want to first extend my appreciation to Chief Choi, Ms. Anne-Marie Sauer, Tom Brennan, and the entire staff that's prepared this document. I would encourage the public to read our executive summary. An organization as complex as the Los Angeles Police Department, in dealing with public safety, as complex of an issue as that is no one matter. It's not one lever, nor do we approach this budget in such a fashion. This budget is shaped around 6 strategic goals that go to what our primary purpose is, which is to provide the safety for Angelenos, to ensure a safe and an environment in which we prosper as a city, and to do it in a manner that supports our personnel needs, both our sworn and civilian, as well as the appropriate use of technology, the support of equipment, vital equipment such as our vehicle stocks, as well as the places in which we work. In the midst of all this, there would be some that would say, in the staff reductions that were necessary in the aftermath of the COVID crisis and an economic pullback that brought this organization in the city to the very brink of its solvency, if you will, because of the cutbacks in the fiscal side. We saw substantial workforce reductions in sworn and civilian ranks and curtailment of everything I've just spoke about, whether it be technology, equipment, furnishings, the very way in which you go about it. And we had to realign and reorganize ourselves to the most essential functions. This budget is the second year of a budget that begins the restoration of those critical services and begins to restore and repair some of the damage that was necessary by the earlier cuts. And I believe that it's not, I think it's done proportionately to stay true to our values. Lastly, we saw in this last year that this is not a matter of simply a head count or the number of police officers. It's how we go about policing this city. And that's why I'm proud of this budget that also supports the continuation of the Community Safety Partnership Bureau, the adoption of South Park as a permanent member of those 10 sites based on philanthropic support of the Balmer Foundation, earlier investments in us, as well as a community sentiment survey and other initiatives such as our after action report, training and investment in our people so they're better prepared and we can ensure that our response is improved in times of unrest and in times of uncertainty that we have seen as recently as these last few weeks is still a concern, still a present, clear and present situation here, not just in Los Angeles, but across the country. So what I hope to suggest to you is that we have taken a measured approach, a balanced approach, and I believe this is an incremental step forward that will help improve the safety of Los Angeles. And yet, at the same time, it will not solve every ill or every problem. We point out, it also will help serve the city as it continues to reimagine public safety by investing in alternative services. But while those investments are very much necessary and are in the building stage, the department still is faced with the continued need to respond to tens of thousands of instances in which there are no other alternatives. And so the staffing for those resources are still required as well.
Thank you, Chief. At this time, I'm going to open it up to commissioners for questions. Commissioner Soberoff, I see you have your mic open.
Sure. I want to talk for a second about the importance of 2 circles that people seem to feel are independent, but they're not. One is a circle of which is community-based policing, LAPD, and the other circle is services to underserved, helping people with mental issues, with drug issues, with experiencing homelessness. And there seems to be this discussion, well, if you do one, you can't do the other. It's not true. It categorically isn't true, because I just drew a little chart, but I don't know if can you see this or not? They overlap. There's an overlap in between the two. And the place where they overlap is where LAPD needs exactly what the chief said. It needs to continue to provide services when other people can't provide the services, when they're not there. They talk about it all the time, but they take $150 million from us, or people give money, and it doesn't seem to affect the amount of services to the underserved. So while it's in a simple way, you say, well, it's one or the other, it really isn't. It's both. There's overlap. There is more than public funding that needs to be involved. Philanthropy needs to be involved, and state and federal government. So it's the place where they intersect, where policing intersects with serving the underserved and taking care of these issues. And that's where I believe that this budget is making some, not a huge amount, but some progress, and it's really needed with drugs like fentanyl and the kind of crimes that the chief is talking about. We have got to keep this city and maintain the city safe and continuing to serve and protect. And serving includes serving those that are having some of these issues where we are the first ones on the job, because we are 24/7. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Sobrow. Any other commissioners? Commissioner Decker, I see you have your mic open.
Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. I have a number of questions, and I'd like to focus a bit on the cutbacks that have happened the last few years. And Chief, this may be a question for you. And as you articulated, necessary due to the crisis the city was facing, and I'm not in any way suggesting that the department has not managed those cuts as best as possible, but I'd like to really understand the impact of the cuts a little better as we talk about restoring personnel to the department. And earlier today, I asked you about some of the divisions that have been cut back and the numbers. I wonder if you have those numbers now, and if you could provide a little more detail on that. You're on mute, sir.
Yeah, no, I'm moving through that. Yes, I have the numbers. Just one moment. I had them written. Oh, I'm sorry. Here they are. So for robbery homicide division, we spoke about two. And let me just frame this message that in 2015, I'm going to talk about the last 6 years. I want to pay particular attention to the last 2 years, because the department has been realigning resources away from specialized posts into the geographic areas for the last 5+ years. And this has been in response to optimizing our field force and ensuring that increases in call load and challenges at the geographic areas could be best found by putting resources at the 21 stations. Now, so we've seen a reduction in the size of specialized units across the entire organization since 2015. But in 2019, as a snapshot in time, our staffing on the sworn side exceeded 10,000 personnel. And on our civilian side, it exceeded 3,000 personnel. With the cutbacks that were necessary in regards to the economic crisis, as well as calls that we would realign the organization and focus on more primary mission issues and free up funding that would go to alternative services. The organization in this last fiscal year was downsized to a physical headcount below 9,500 personnel. So there's a 500 fewer sworn members of the organization that in that downsize. And that downsize actually amplified and became more than 600 personnel because we hired well below our attrition rate. So we saw that workforce reduction, and simultaneously we saw a workforce reduction in regards to our civilian personnel. from 3,000 plus civilian personnel to under 2,700. Now, those are head counts. Those are personnel, professional, and sworn members of the organization that as they attrited, as they left the organization had to realign its functions and its activities so it could meet the basic needs of service. And in doing so, that's where we look to Robbery Homicide Division, which in 2019 had 77 detectives. This year, they have 54. That's a 30% reduction. Commercial Crimes Division had 97 detectives. In 2021, that number was reduced to 72. Those added between those two commands alone account for 48 detective personnel that were in specialized posts that did not go and were not shifted to geographic areas to augment patrol, but they were a portion of the 500 fewer personnel that the department had. And so those cuts extended all throughout the organization and also impacted our geographic areas. So simply said, we're a smaller workforce today than we were just 2 years ago. And this recovery from this began in the current fiscal year that we're in, where we are currently attempting to hire a class every 4 weeks for us to rebuild our organization to just over 9,700 officers. This budget would add to that by formalizing the CSP site at South Park, but more importantly, by also formalizing added training staffing that's necessary to do and meet the needs of the after action report recommendations. So when we look at throughout the organization, we're Gang Narcotics Division, the number of personnel that we have investigating gun crimes, investigating narcotic trafficking. When we look at the number of personnel investigating juvenile crimes and crimes against children, there is not a location within the organization that hasn't taken a hit, if you will, with the exception of the geographic areas and the homicide details, which is where we've tried to remain and protect our most essential function. This budget is an effort to start restoring those positions by bolstering our staffing.
Thank you, Chief. And I want to add to that the list of divisions and units that have been cut back. Earlier this year, we had a hearing on human trafficking and human trafficking task forces. I take it there were cutbacks in that area as well, even though the commission recommended to council to restore that. A lot of these different task forces had to be cut as well. Is that correct?
That's correct. The Human Trafficking Task Force out of DSVD, as well as the Animal Cruelty Task Force. There's a number of task force operations that multiple multi-agency task force operations that have been downsized. The reproportioning, and this budget, by the way, does not restore those cuts.
Right.
Let me be clear. This is not a budget that's looking to refill those those positions. Excuse me. The other thing I want to point out is that the organization isn't simply returning to the organization it was 2 years ago. In the midst of this time, we have transitioned tens of thousands of reports in traffic collisions and in low-level property crimes to online reporting, freeing up officers away from field investigations that they would otherwise be obligated to do. So the organization, as it's faced these cutbacks and this reduction in staffing, has also taken on the responsibility of realigning itself so it's more efficient. And that has exceeded, just in traffic collisions alone, I believe approaching 30,000 instances where the average report was taking a couple hours for an officer to do with little investigative value. So some of this downsizing has resulted in a more efficient department and I believe a more effective department. But as we're pressing we're being pressed on gun crime and on violence particularly, and now we're seeing this not just here locally, but nationally, some of these instances where we believe a bit of a social phenomenon is being occurred, where people feel there's not a protective force in place and that they can exploit that. I think it's more than time for us to begin to restore some of these positions to ensure that the increased presence of officers has a deterrent value. This is not a matter of making more arrests. This is a matter of simply having a presence And that presence makes for safer communities. And that we know by research, but that we also know by our experience.
Understand, Chief, and thank you, because you're answering some of my subsequent questions. I first wanted to establish the impact of the cuts and perhaps a connection to crime, or at least the ability to investigate the increasing crimes that are taking place, and that these crimes are more sophisticated and require time, but also that if positions are restored, that the department has become more efficient. So I appreciate that answer as well. But Chief, I was trying to focus first on the reduction of these units, and that even with hiring and potentially bringing the department back up to 9,800, these individualized units will not necessarily be restored because those are the most experienced people. It takes time, am I correct, to restore people into all of those specialized units as well?
Oh, absolutely. And by the way, as you can see, we've identified each position that these additional positions would go to. And so this is not building robbery homicide division back. It suffered a 30% cut. It's just not, I'm not suggesting that 23 detectives are going back there in this current budget scenario. I am suggesting that going forward, it is a desire of the organization to restore some of those specialized posts, because, and another area that was shut down, sexual assault investigations. There was a special sexual assault investigation unit within robbery homicide that was decentralized and sent out to the geographic areas. That unit was responsible for the investigation of the sexual assaults that was conducted, that occurred, the rampage that occurred in USC. And that team, brought that professor to justice through their expertise and through their focus and their energy. That type of investigation today is while we have some limited capability within robbery homicide, we have disbanded that unit in the interest of protecting the investigations at the area levels.
Thank you, Chief. I was going to ask about that next as well, because I've heard from a number of community groups and advocacy organizations about the impact some of these losses have had on these sorts of violent crimes, human trafficking, sexual violence, and having individuals who were trained specifically for that, and no longer having those individuals assigned to those particular units has had an impact. And hopefully over time they can be restored as well. Thank you, Chief Moore. I do have Chief Choi. I think I wasn't going to ask you some questions. You are not off the hook just yet, but I do want to first, before I turn to more specifics in the budget, acknowledge Mr. Brennan. Thank you, Ms. Sauer, your entire budget team. I can only say about the entire budget team, you're true professionals who really know the budget. You live it, you breathe it. You've been very helpful in answering some of my questions, I'm sure for the other commissioners as well. Thank you most certainly for all of your professionalism. And I know there's a team that is not appearing on camera today as well behind you that I'd like to acknowledge because I do know that they work so hard at getting this right, and it's very challenging. So Chief Choi, a few questions for you, sir. Some of these are pretty straightforward that I just want to acknowledge that things are covered in the budget. Fundamentally want to be sure in terms of safety equipment. I know these are traditionally built into the budget over years and time. Sometimes there's also donations for specific needs, but just to be sure that the budget does account for critical safety equipment, shields, vests, the glasses that had to come into play last year. I just want to get confirmation all of those items are covered to your satisfaction.
Yes, they are included.
Okay. The advisory committee recommendations, I went back to all the reports, checked the numbers, it's all aligned. But again, just want to confirm that all of those recommendations, the request for funding have been requested in order to implement them. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Chief Choi, I'm not sure if you're the right person to address this, but can you also address, or tell me who should, restoring civilian employee positions, because as we all know, you can bring back a few sworn positions, but if you don't have the corresponding civilian positions, that it becomes challenging for all the work to get done as well. Can you briefly explain that or advise me who can address that?
I can just give you a quick overview, and I'd asked Tom Brennan to give you the details, but there was 102 that were already approved that we're going to be bringing back. What we're asking for is to restore the additional 73 and these are not all the civilian positions we've lost. These are ones that we believe are critical to restore essential functions to support the day-to-day operations. There's 73 positions. They're individually identified. They're just not 73 people. They're specific positions that we are requesting. And so having said that, if Tom, you have anything specific to add, I don't want you to go through all 73 positions, but if you can just talk about how that approach took place, that would be great.
Absolutely, Chief. I won't go through the list. We did have, with Personnel Division, looking at each one of the positions that was scheduled for elimination, where in the past, when we have had reductions, we have had targeted reduction of positions. This was more of a wholesale, whoever wanted to go went, and the position was eliminated as part of the separation incentive program. So working with Personnel Division and reviewing each one of those positions that was eliminated, that's how they were identified for the restoration. Certain sections were severely impacted. Motor Transport Division with the loss of equipment mechanics that keep our vehicles on the street, Records and Identification Division, as well as Information Technology Bureau were some of the hardest hit with a mass exodus during that separation program. And those are the positions that we have looked at and focused on in restoring that have a direct impact on the department being able to provide the service that it needs to both the public and to the members of the department.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Chief Choi, I'll ask, and Commissioner Briggs, I don't want to take all the time. I know other commissioners have. I'll ask one more question and then turn it back to you. Chief Choi, just on the hiring of, I wrote down the precise number, I think over 600 officers for this year would be the effort. That is obviously an enormous effort, and just want to be assured that the infrastructure needed to accomplish that goal, which is an important goal, is in place, both from the department's perspective, but also, as we know, the personnel department has to have sufficient resources to get that many people hired in 1 year. Could you comment on that, Chief Choi?
Absolutely, Commissioner. So yes, I believe the infrastructure is in place. We've done several proactive things working with personnel department to ensure that they are able to process backgrounds in order to have sufficient personnel to select for our academies. We've currently loaned over 10 police officers to personnel to assist in those backgrounds. We continue to support that effort. We're having active discussions with personnel department to streamline the process, reduce hiring to 90 days instead of 120 days. There are a lot of things we could do, but the additional monies we're asking for, even recruitment, to get people into the door, taking the test, to keep our diversity hiring as a primary goal for us. These are all things that we can do. Our staffing has been increased in training division to accommodate these classes that are coming through. So I think we are positioned to meet these demands. And again, it's an ongoing effort, but we can do it, I believe.
I would just, because I want to make sure that we're clear though, the staffing currently is not in place. That's why we've loaned this additional 10, and we have spoken about this with Mayor Garcetti. He is concerned as well about personnel departments staffing. They suffered severe cutbacks, significant cutbacks in personnel, and he is working with council to restore and bolster and rebuild, if you will, personnel. Hiring across the city is absolutely in high demand, given the size of the workforce reductions in every department. So I'm very concerned today about our ability to hire this year's numbers, which exceeds 700. Next year's numbers, which exceed 600, is just a continuation of the work that we need to do. So if and as the personnel department, which I know is committed, Ms. Macy and her staff is committed to build capacity, but it will be dependent on the council and personnel hiring, training, and putting in place a significant number of background investigators to improve their throughput. This current class was 41 officers. Our target was to hire 60, as I spoke a couple weeks ago. And what I am looking to as a barometer is the next class, which is scheduled to start in 4 weeks, needs to be 60 if we're going to meet the hiring needs that we have just to begin the first step of some restoration of our staffing. If we fall short, then the budget proposal we have for next year only worsens, meaning that the gap that we're having here is projecting that we'll meet the goal of 9,700 staffing, and that we'll achieve that. But I appreciate Chief Choi's remarks, but I want to make sure with the commission that if we deliver, if personnel gets that staffing, we'll make it. If we don't, I do think we have sufficient applicants. I'm worried about the diversity of those applicants. And I think that's where the money's here, as well as the monies we're spending this year in targeted marketing is critical, and in outreach and engagement. But we also need to be sure that when we find that candidate, that we can quickly hire qualified candidates and give them a job offer, because this is a very hot market for others to hire away from this department.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chief, for that clarification. And I asked because it is so challenging to hire a large volume of qualified candidates, diverse candidates, and ensure that quality in no way is diminished. And I'm also very much aware how hard it is to restore positions. It might take a very short time to eliminate them, but it's very, very challenging to sustain hiring and then build it back up, and particularly when hiring stopped for a period of time completely. So thank you for that. Commissioner Briggs, I do have more questions, but I do want to give my colleagues an opportunity. If my questions aren't asked, I may ask for round two.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Do other commissioners have questions? Commissioner Bonner.
Yes, please. Just a couple, really a couple high-level questions and a comment or two. One, I just say that I still do share the concern I expressed before about just the complexity and the challenge and understanding all of the moving parts and what's behind what's being proposed. And I think the more that we can do, not only with this conversation, but the council or otherwise, to increase that transparency and speak clearly as to what not only is being proposed, but what may come out of it, so to speak, I think would be a positive thing. I've overcome that this year through a series of briefings, which I very much appreciate, not just Tom and Anne Marie, Patricia, Dorothy, Allison, the whole crew of people who walked me through a number of pieces of this, including Commander Harrelson, who taught me about staffing and all the rest. And so a lot of information. So I think it should be passed on to the council for a robust discussion and consideration, along with a number of other pressing public policy priorities the city is facing. I do think that that the department, or I'd encourage the department to be prepared to speak clearly to a couple of points. And one question I'd ask is probably either for the chief or maybe Chief Choi, just broadly speaking, with the crime trends ticking up, and yet I think my information at least is that the calls for service and the number of public contacts has gone down over the last over a 5-year period. I think calls for service were down about 6%. And the total contacts, that includes both calls for service and other types of proactive policing, down about 17.6%. So just speak to that. How do you reconcile or harmonize, just that kind of broad dynamic, assuming it's reasonably accurate?
Well, I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but the call load from last year to this year is down. But when you go back to earlier years, it is not. The complexities of the calls have also changed, as well as the requirements of our personnel in regards to handling those calls. We look at that in the sense of the service times involved at a routine call, an urgent call, or an emergency call. And what you see is that the amount of time necessary to go through those has expanded. A portion of that is, again, the nature of the call. Secondly is amount of documentation, the amount of administrative work that's required and associated with our work today is versus 5 or 10 years ago. 10 years ago, there wasn't body worn. RIPA data collection was minimal. Both of those have changed dramatically, and as have the obligations on the officers. They spend half of their time today on administrative follow-up, which takes them out of the field. So the nature of this in looking at workload is more than just the bean counting of how many calls there are. It's the nature of the calls and complexity of the call. When we look at our service times, that is another barometer of our staffing levels and how much burden is on our people. Today, an emergency call for service is still under a 7-minute goal, but our code 2 calls has expanded to 25 minutes. That number 5 years ago, while there essentially may have been the same amount of calls or even less, there was under 20 minutes or approximately 17 to 18 minutes. Our calls for routine matters were handled under 40 minutes. Today, it's approaching an hour, and in some commands exceeding an hour. So that goes to the staffing level. It goes to the work that is required when they respond and then arrive, and then the aftermath. And it goes to, frankly, our efforts the last 3 years in supported by the mayor, this council, as well as in partnership with the Police Foundation to modernize our technology. Some of that's been to offload work that can be done and reported online without police response. But portion of it also is updating, and it's in this budget, updating our record management systems and our IT so that we can modernize and become less reliant on paper and more efficient in the completion of our work, which is a force multiplier as well. Each of these are incremental to the complexities of this command. When you add civilian personnel, we increase sworn staffing because the civilian personnel that we're having here, when they're essential, if they're not there, we end up having a police officer do it. When we increase staffing, when we increase technology investments, generally we see more efficient police results, which means more police officers on the street. And then ultimately, when you see a workforce reduction that we've had, there's only so much time you can realign all of this. So we are committed to ensuring that we're efficient in the use of our personnel, that the investigations we ask them to engage in are meaningful, and that we don't burden them with a high burden, low rate of return on their engagement. But I do believe that we continue to strike that balance as we move forward.
I appreciate that. And the first point I think I would like to talk about a little bit more, I believe it's next week or a couple of weeks, we're going to have the further discussion of staffing, I believe, in the patrol plan and the like. So it's that idea of the situations where crime's going up, but calls and interaction may be going down. In some cases, I want to talk about that a little bit more. But I'd add to that as well that if things are successful on alternative response, for example, where you would expect to have further reductions in calls for service and interactions around some mental health situations. And I know there's been the discussion long-term about traffic and realigning some of those responsibilities. So it's the suggestion to talk some more about workload, including some of the things you alluded to here in terms of the administrative burn that exists not just for officers but supervisors and others, that I think is an important part of the equation. And to me, all that leads to the second thing I'd encourage and ask and encourage the department to speak more clearly about, and that is the impacts. What impacts, say if you get the $213 million, what impact really would the public expect to experience? I mean, are you, like you mentioned, that I think the department's been successful in adhering to the 7-minute response time for emergency situations that may have fallen off for urgent or non-emergent kind of situations. You have the prior goal of having 40% of an hour being spent on proactive policing and foot patrols and things, and that's going down to 30 minutes because of the time. But when you add that up, it's still a little bit difficult to understand what it is that the department is saying, the public should expect to see from this investment. And that's separate from, challenging the investment or speaking to the merits of it. What I'm getting to really is are we saying to people, hey, things are going to be safer? Or are you saying things that you're going to have, the public's going to see or perceive, an improved level of service? Maybe some of these service levels are things that are at some levels imperceptible. I don't know, but that's what I'm encouraging you to try to speak to more clearly and on a more forthright basis is to this is a significant continued investment into an important service being provided to the city. So people need to understand what the trade-offs are.
So I apologize that our summary or presentation hasn't struck this. Let me be clear that this budget is strategic in that it addresses the 6 goals of the organization, that it builds trust by demonstrating an investment in personnel that are engaged in community engagement, that it invests in our personnel for their capabilities to respond to critical and unusual events, that so their readiness to ensure that they de-escalate, that they're effective in controlling unruly crowds in a manner that is safe and effective for everyone and protects the communities in which these acts may occur. It invests in technology that has been woefully underfunded, as well as the equipment and the maintenance of our buildings and the safety of our personnel and their hygiene, with the investment in personal protective equipment, as well as the cleaning stations. So it's a multitude of matters, and it's not easily captured, except I would say if you need it within one matter or one area succinctly, this begins or continues the restoration of critical capabilities of the organization that go to the long-term safety of the city by a police department that is sufficiently funded and staffed to meet the needs of 21st century policing.
I appreciate that, and yes, the executive summary and the briefings and things I mentioned were very helpful. But remember, of course, I sit here wearing or in multiple roles, on the one, so that's very effective and helpful as a member of the the department leadership and that has to understand that complexity. As a member of the public, however, that's the part I'm speaking to, is for the people who are going to be asked to fund the investment, if you will. That's where I'm saying I think all of this could benefit from finding more ways to translate the complexity of what we talk about on the one hand into plain English and fairly straightforward commitments that the public can understand. And that's why I'm saying it's a little bit unclear. You can say, yeah, it's going to be better staffed and better technology and all these things. But from the member of the public, I'm asking, okay, does that mean that I'm going to be safer in some way because people are going to, the response times, are you saying response times are going to be better for these other areas where I may need help? Or, that's what I'm saying is I think that we need to find a way to distill it down into a way that members of the public can understand and then can weigh in as appropriate into the broader public policy discussion as to how this investment compares to others that may be under consideration in City Hall. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Commissioner Kalanche.
Thank you. Perfect timing. Obviously, I'm extremely concerned about public safety, but I think on the other hand, I'm also very interested in thinking about a budget in a way that also supports investment in communities, not just investment in police officers, right? And how we work towards increasing public safety or community safety by investing in community. Obviously, you're tasked with a budget to create a budget that is focused on funding, police officers and ensuring public safety. I guess where I'm kind of, what I'm thinking about is like how in maybe next year's budget, we start thinking about those investments. And I know that a lot of those decisions are outside of our purview. And I even recognize that this budget still has to go through our legislative bodies in the city. So we don't know how how this budget's going to evolve. But I think for me, what's really important is to think about alternative responses, which I know that we're working towards. But how do we, in a very intentional way, use our resources to start thinking about how we make that happen versus waiting for somebody to fund us or give us a grant to be able to implement some of those projects. So I'm thinking about the future of our budgeting process, right? So I'm thinking about alternative responses, to think about how we look at the services that we provide that are not necessarily public safety direct response to crime. So thinking about, are we duplicating services in some respects? Are we doing some of the work that our community organizations should be doing? How does that free up resources for the department? And how do we look at savings and leverage versus always requesting more funds? And then the other thing, so these are just kind of philosophical statements, because I know that this budget is critical. I know that there's a need to get our staffing to an amount that makes sense and keeps us safe while also works to engage the community. So these are just things that I'm thinking about as we start thinking about, because I know in less than 6 months, we'll start thinking about next year's budget.
Well, let me assure you that this isn't our only engagement. We are one of 15 cities that President Biden has identified as a community violence interruption site to take and realign American Rescue Plan monies that was provided not necessarily for more law enforcement, but for more community intervention staffing. And we've advocated for, and will continue to advocate for, added resources for community intervention workers. We will continue to advocate for mental health workers. And frankly, I've said, and I'll say again, we need 500 personnel that work across a 24-hour basis in the city of Los Angeles so that we could transfer tens of thousands of calls to them in place of law enforcement, in place of LAPD.
Then why aren't we saying that? I guess my concern is that even all of us should be saying that. We should be pushing for that.
Commissioner, I don't disagree with you, and I appreciate your remark, and I ask you to continue to voice it as well as my own. Most recent article with regards to the officer-involved shootings involving persons with mental illness, I was encouraged by Dr. Sharon's remarks about just how broken the system is and how much it's in need of resources. But in the absence of those resources,
right,
where is the staffing? And it is that we are building. In fairness, this budget identifies the Circle effort in Pacific and in Hollywood, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, professional outreach workers that are going to engage groups of individuals that are at risk, that are in peril, and that are going to hopefully give them a safety line to find alternatives to get them housed and get them services. I'm tremendously encouraged by that. And we bring voice to that in this budget executive summary, as well as other alternatives, including the suicide prevention, where 800 plus calls have already been diverted to that they're going to mental health professionals in lieu of officers responding. So, but while that's being done, and this is, these efforts are being built, we also are a workforce that, even if all that work is done and you have all those resources there, as other callers have indicated, and as I look across American policing, we are still one of the most lean and smallest workforces, and yet we know that in policing, that what builds trust is a presence of a local officer working with a local community member and just being there to understand their concerns, to share with them an empathy about that, and also to help organize responses of other city services so that the resilience of that community is increased. This is not a matter of if these services are ever built, which I believe that we, as a will of the people, that will get there and deepening them. But at the end of the day, I still envision a workforce that, as we prepare for the events of Hollywood Parade this coming Sunday night, is going to involve tens of thousands of people who are come to celebrate and enjoy the beginning of holiday season. And it requires police officers. It requires police officers to provide for the safety of those communities and those participants because of the real perils that exist, the threats that exist to public safety. And some of that means that oftentimes officers are simply standing there to deter. But you can eliminate that by having some alternative that just says, well, we don't need policing here. We see that, unfortunately, the ills of this society are oftentimes too violent. And the results of that, their illness and other challenges in their well-being results in injury to people in our communities. Then it's again, you were talking philosophically, so I'm going down that road here. But this budget, out of 30 plus departments, goes before a city council and the mayor. This goes for the mayor first, and the proposal on this will be to contemplate these other matters and how do we balance. I believe, as Commissioner Soboroff has said, and everyone here, and as Commissioner, I know you enjoy, this is not an either or. This is how we combine public safety by all the forces at play. And in doing that, it also means investing in this department and its training and its resources. More than half of the increase that we see here has nothing to do with added personnel. It has to simply deal with deferred cost of living increases that our rank and file and every member of the organization took in regards to the reaction to the pandemic and its economic impact on the city. So this is regardless of if we had a zero-sum budget, you'd still have over $120 million of new funding simply to pay and compensate individuals that are not the highest paid law enforcement officers in Southern California, not by a far stretch. And so I think that on balance, these are complex issues. They're involved. And again, I hear each of your concerns, as well as Commissioner Bonner and others, that we need to ensure that how are we supporting these other matters, these other parts of the city government and county government. Our participation on the CCJCC is to advocate for jobs, to advocate for alternatives to incarceration, to advocate for mental health services. I'm frustrated by the lack of movement on those. And yet I must manage, you expect me as a chief, as a CEO of this organization, to manage going forward our portion of it. But there's imperfections all over the spectrum. But I'm not here to curse that. I'm here to find ways to join together and move forward.
Well, I'm not disputing the need for the department. There's a very important need for the department and for getting our personnel up to an adequate staffing level. I think I'm just talking about how do we really improve public safety. It's not just by responding to radio calls or responding to shots fired, right? There needs to be other investments. And I feel that we need to be intentional about pushing for those. And maybe it's not in our purview, but I think that we have an obligation to push for the investment in these communities. So I'll leave it at that. But the other thing I wanted to bring up is, for me, there's this also this need and an important need to increase community engagement and investment. And I just ask that we figure out how we're measuring that. I think it's really important, and not just by number of bodies that are out there or how much money we're spending in these communities, but like, what does real community engagement mean? That's really important. So that we're ensuring that we're using our money wisely.
Thank you. I attended yesterday a multi-hour session with the steering committee for the Community Safety Partnership Bureau. And I would invite you, and I'll invite Chief Tangarides to meet with you in a community designed matter of public engagement, of community involvement, and how do we measure that? And some of the measurements are not numbers. It's engagement that's more qualitative. But I'll bring that before you and ask for your input as well, because you're absolutely critically right. We need to not just look at bean counting in the sense of the numbers of responses. It's what do we do when we get there? How do we build trust and confidence? But this, I'll say, this budget formalizes CSPB in the 10th site. If we look back where we were 5 years ago, we didn't have 10 sites. And then yet we're down hundreds of personnel, but this organization has stayed true to staying invested in what we think is the future of policing, which is neighborhood-based community engagement and building the resilience of communities. What you know as an organizer, or you know as a community activist, works. It's not the size of the organization, it's ability to be at the table, a round table, and work together towards common solutions that make for safer communities. This budget speaks to that by its efforts to formalize CSPB and its efforts in training of our personnel, so that as we deal with difficult situations, we're dealing with an empathy and with a matter of fairness and justice, that we treat people with respect and dignity.
Okay, so thanks for listening, and I hope that we can come up with a way to move towards some of these investments that are needed to work hand in hand with our public safety efforts.
Thank you, Commissioner Kalanche. Before I bring forward the motion, I do want to say this. I want to thank our budget team. All of you have done a tremendous job here. I joined Commissioner Decker in thanking you. I know it was hard work. Commissioner Decker and I asked you to go back multiple times to pull things forward for us, and you did so tremendously. And we knew it was hard work, and will be hard work going forward. But I do want to thank you for the job, and thank you for everything you've done. Chief Choi, thank you for spearheading that effort, and Chief Moore, I appreciate those efforts as well. The one thing that I wanted to just briefly say before I bring forward the motion today is that when I accepted the nomination for president of the commission, I made clear that defund the police was not something that I agreed with. The mayor himself has said he does not agree with defunding the police. Public safety is the foundation of any municipality. It is something that we need in order to keep our citizens safe, and is something that the citizens themselves desire. I think one caller, Mona Sutton, mentioned that for the second largest city in the United States to have the smallest per capita police force in the United States is somewhat outrageous. We cannot provide the service level that our citizens want, need, and desire. And at this current time, where we're seeing trends in crime, and I'm looking at the overall trends in crime going up, where citizens cannot sit for dinner with their family members without fear of safety, where someone who has gone out with their friends, who's followed home, who's robbed, where businesses are attacked simply because their businesses around holiday time. And I dare say, I foresee within the next 4 weeks an increase in those types of crimes, because they're crimes of opportunity and they're copycat crimes. We can't afford to have a diminished and weakened police force. I too hear all of the members of the community talking about defund the police. We don't want a police. My question is, do you like crime? Seriously, I don't think any civic-minded person wants to see another person assaulted, shot, robbed. What this budget does, what we hope it does, is to restore our city to a measure of public safety. And to Commissioner Bonner's point about being clear, I hope this is clear to all of our civic leaders, to all of the stakeholders. I hear Commissioner Kalanche's point about alternative remedies. Yes, we need those. And as Commissioner Soboroff pointed out, those alternative resolutions and or responses are there. We're building them up. But let's be practical. We're not going to send in a therapist to somebody who may be going off on fentanyl or some other drug who has a gun in his hand without the police present. We're not going to do it because then we'd be endangering somebody else's life. So we do need the police. Yes, we do need people to go in to intervene early on a child's life so they don't pursue perhaps the path of gangs or the path of crime. We need to be able to provide them with other opportunities, education being one of them. But we have services for that. And to suggest that we need to take money from the police to provide for those services, I think is the wrong answer. I think we can do both. I think our city is coming back. And I think that that's why we are proposing the budget that we are today. With that, I want to provide the formal motion to transmit the department's proposed budget for the fiscal year 2022, 2023 to the mayor and city administrative officer. Whereas the primary goal of the department's proposed budget is to have the personnel, both sworn and civilian, the equipment and the technology that is necessary to achieve the core functions of making the city safe and secure, protecting people and property, and preserving peace in the community. The past 2 years have seen increases in homicides and victims shot, while hate crimes have become an all too common occurrence. Criminals have brazenly attacked people on busy streets and with greater violence. The increase in the number of ghost guns, which lack registration and are more difficult to trace, have allowed criminals easier access to firearms. The pandemic has also curbed anti-violence efforts by restricting community-based interventionists from access to victims and their families, hampering their efforts to prevent escalation of violence. Engagement of the community along with staff and technology is essential to solving crimes and bringing justice to both perpetrators and to victims and their families. Whereas the proposed budget includes requests to restore sworn staffing levels to 9,800 sworn officers and restoration of civilian positions that were eliminated as part of the city separation incentive program in fiscal year 2020 and 2021. Also included in the first year of a 3-year plan to rebuild the department's vehicle fleet. The fleet's budget has been historically underfunded, and funds have been diverted to address other budget shortfalls during prior fiscal years. Funding for additional Community Safety Partnership Bureau positions is included to implement the recommendations of the UCLA Luskin report and to fully fund positions that were previously funded through the Ballmer Foundation. The institutionalization of community safety partnership concepts throughout the department is an essential component of the budget. Whereas the department's general fund proposed budget for fiscal year 2022 through 2023 is $1.9 billion in direct cost compared to the 1.7 in fiscal year 2021-2022. We are simply asking that the department's budget be increased by 12.11% for the fiscal year 2021 through 2022. We are also asking that the city allow the department to adopt a hiring plan to fund sworn positions as requested to a total of 9,800 and funded civilian positions to be increased by 93 positions to 2,905. Therefore, the Board of Police Commissioners approves, supports, and transmits the department's proposed budget for fiscal year 2022 through 2023 to the mayor, city administrative officer, and all other concerned parties of the board's distribution list as a first step in a multi-year plan to return the department to a sworn police officer strength of 10,000 police officers. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. I understand that you wanted to make a comment as well.
Just briefly, thank you, Commissioner Briggs, and thank you for presenting our motion forward. I do want to express my full support for this motion, thank the department for its budget proposal, and thank my colleagues for their thoughtful questions today. I'm addressing this particular motion because obviously we have seen the increase in crime throughout our city, and it's deeply concerning, particularly as to violent crime. But add to that that crimes today are harder to detect. They're very complex, whether it be computer crimes, domestic or intimate partner crime, human trafficking, or the violent crimes that Commissioner Briggs has spoke about, the proliferation of ghost guns and home robberies. These are not easy to solve. These are not crimes easy to investigate, and they're also highly traumatic for the victims. Many crimes, there's a reluctance to report, particularly human trafficking and sexual assault crimes. And these specialized units that previously existed helped assure victims and advocates that the department was well-trained, well-staffed, and equipped to handle these. This goes to faith and trust in our community. I want to also add the civilian staff has been dramatically hurt, whether it be analysts, support services. We all know that civilian staff are key to the proper functioning of any department. Also, this commission has spent a considerable amount of time over the last year to 20 months with after action reports, advisory committees, all of whom have told us about the importance of training, constant training. We have to be better at anticipating issues and ensuring that police officers in this city are trained for every scenario. And we know we're not doing that right now. We must do that. We have experts who have told us that. And of course, the recruitment and hiring is critical. And it's important we get this right. While we're anticipating hiring 700 this year, 600 next year, if approved, this is an enormous challenge to do right. It's also a great opportunity for us to do this right and ensure that the officers we are hiring today are the officers we want for tomorrow. Finally, the juxtaposition of policing versus community services, in my mind, is not an accurate calculation, as some of my colleagues have also stated. I know why we are at this point today, but these are not mutually exclusive concepts. We must have both. We need both. We must prevent, and we must have social services to assist our community, but we also need a well-trained, well-equipped, skilled department ready to address all the sophisticated crimes that are taking place today. We must have both. Collectively, that is public safety. And by moving forward and agreeing to this motion, that is what I am agreeing to. Of course, we have a lot of work ahead of us, both for this department and, as Commissioner Kalanche highlighted, the advocacy we must do to ensure that greater services are provided to our community. But I believe this budget is a first step, and restoring the positions to this department is critical for our future. Thank you, Commissioner Briggs.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. The motion has been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, commissioners. We will be in closed session and at 1:20 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you.
The Board of Police Commissioners will now recess into closed session to discuss agenda item 6A in accordance with Government Code 54957.
Sorry, I was muted. I said we have a quorum. We're back from closed session. Mr. Tiefenk, can you please have the readout?
Yes, Mr. President. Commission has concluded its work in closed session as relates to item 6A1, officer involved shooting 002-21. The commission unanimously on a 5-0 vote adopted the chief of police recommendations, which were tactics, administrative disapproval, 1 police officer 2, tactical debrief, 1 sergeant 1, 5 police officer 2s, drawing and exhibiting in policy, 6 police officer 2s, non-lethal use of force in policy, 4 police officer 2s, lethal use of force in policy, 2 police officer 2s. As relates to item 6A2, officer involved shooting 003-21, commission unanimously on a 5-0 vote adopted the chief of police recommendations, which were tactics, tactical debrief, 1 police officer 3, 3 police officer 2s, drawing and exhibiting in policy, 3 police officer 2s, lethal use of force in policy, 2 police officer 2s. That concludes the report out.
Thank you, Mr. Tiefenk. Before I move that we adjourn, I want to wish all the citizens of Los Angeles a very happy and safe Thanksgiving, and may everyone have an abundance of good food and cheer and family time. With that, I move that there being no further business before the commission, I move that we adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Bye, everyone. Stay safe. Have a great Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you.